Yes, good people, welcome back to the channel. I hope you're all doing well. Good morning, a good afternoon, and a good evening. I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone. Please kindly accept. Today, again, as usual, we'll start by going through the chat, saying hello to the people there because it's an interactive show. It's designed to be a show, and it's been successful that way. So let's get into it. I hope you're all doing well. Once more, what do we have already there? As usual, okay, surprisingly, 254, my Kenyan brother in the house. And nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. This is another week for CFC to pull up their socks or again or jump into the flying, yep, flying. Is that frying? Okay, frying pan. From the frying pan to the fire. Let's see what happens. Dortmund game. Porto should show what is made of. We're gonna win this, even if it will be the last standing. Okay, let's see. Big up to you. More importantly, I hope you're doing well. Liam Lane, I hope you're doing well. More importantly, I hope you're enjoying your time with your grandson. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. Yes, people, keep liking the stream and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. What do we have here? Given Arsenal and Brighton an apology, we deserve one. Again, we deserve one too. Like Joseph said, there is an agenda against Chelsea Football Club. VAR sucks. Sometimes it can save you or drown you, but you can say for the most part, it has actually done us dirty, has done us some bad, and unfortunately, we never get again an apology from them. But we move on from that. I don't want to dwell on that. Let's see what we have here. It looks to me that Porta is already making excuses in case we get beaten in the Champions League with this. Anything can happen in a two-leg game, as if we needed him to tell us. That's why, again, I think maybe the coaching thing isn't where you always try to be. Sometimes you try to give people hope. Sometimes it sounds like you're confident. Maybe you should have said we will try to win it. Maybe I know anything can happen, but we'll try our best to win it. I don't know. I'm not going to get into how he phrases response to question during press conferences and all that, or during interviews. But that's by the way I get it. And again, anybody saying because they say he's going to be judged by years, not by season or not by months, the truth remains once you start hearing such, it clearly shows the owners are well aware that things ain't going his way, and usually it's not a good sign. But I want him to do well, if I'm being honest, because if he does well, the club does well. Smash the like button and comment, people. Again, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much again. Welcome to the home of wealth and lovable still. Okay, how are you doing? I hope you're doing it well. Musawa Godfrey. Michael Yaboa, good morning. It's been a while, Michael. Yeah, it's been a while indeed. Please do let us know that you're doing well. Nice to see you back again in the show. Thank you guys. We have 14 likes already. Let's get it up. Let's get it up to 100 likes as soon as possible and shoot for 200. I've been good. I hope you're doing well. The Santos boy is a real, again, it's a real still. Please get the first team shop. Also, Felix needs to be signed. Geez, the guy is a baller. I think we'll get to that in a bit. Aubameyang will stay. Yep. I think it makes sense. If he's the one that decides, you know what, I'm not leaving, I'll stay and fight for my place, then it's a good thing for us, Chelsea and Chelsea fans overall. Hopefully, we'll see him get the services he needs and start scoring. Because as I've always said, the fact that he hasn't done well at Chelsea isn't down to him. It's actually, again, the fact that he isn't getting the services when that happens, that he thrives, if that makes sense. And Kim, so by the way, I hope you're doing well. Very stupid game from Potter to remove Aubameyang instead of again. It's up to him. Everybody isn't going to make it. Somebody had to make the way. Would you have preferred him removing the 100 million purchaser, who I'm not sure? Big up, Kuchila. Big up to you, to Santiago Munoz. I hope you're doing well. Good morning, guys, from sunny London Valley. Nice to see you, Valley, brother. It's been a minute. Super Bowl Sunday was so good. We need that a big energy this week. Vamos, let's go. Yes, again, unfortunately, I used to live in Jersey. So because again, I do support Philadelphia Eagles, and they lost in the final, unfortunately. Yeah, and it's every year you hear the people from Philly going, "We're going to win the Super Bowl. We're going to win the Super Bowl," and boom, yeah, it happens. But nice to see you, the vibe. Big up to you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Valley. I appreciate that. Again, nice to always see you. But more importantly, do let me know that you're doing well. Go watch Jan's video about Potter. For fools who are saying, show passion and be angry. Again, here's the thing: don't call people fools because of their opinion. And more importantly, Robin Judge, I want you to know this. Here's the thing: how anybody thinks, how a fan thinks, doesn't change the owner's perception of the manager, how they perceive they want to handle the managerial situation, or how they think, how long they think the manager is going to stay. So don't call anybody fool because of that. It doesn't matter. The manager's behavior, how he behaves on the touchline, it doesn't change because of what any particular fan thinks. So if that makes sense to you, I had my questions about Graham Potter, but I would never go to the extent of saying Potter out, Potter out. No, because he doesn't change anything. And Chelsea is the entity I survive. So I support, so to speak. And Potter is Chelsea's manager. If he does well, Chelsea does well. So the club would do well. So why should I be jumping into the campaign of Potter out when it doesn't make any sense? It wouldn't make any difference. The standards of refs and VAR in the Premier League are appalling. There should be consequences for getting things wrong, like getting sacked, sent back to training if you're not competent enough. Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. One thing I've always said: if the VAR, if the decision isn't entirely left to the machine to complete it, don't use it. Because as long as there's a human factor, as long as humans have to start drawing the line and measuring it, as long as the whole process isn't automated, you will still see such decisions will still be happening, will still be repeated. So since it's a machine, I'm sure, again, it's not rocket science is the most difficult. You could argue one of the most difficult things people have done to travel, again, to other planets, again, out of this world. So it'd be simple to automate. The rules are set, and the rules are not dynamic. They don't change per game. So you can set the rules, program it. Yeah, let it take time. Make sure it is automated. The whole process is automated before you start using it. Then you won't have such controversies, if that makes sense. But I'm not sure why humans will still have to use tape sometimes to look at it. Machines are capable of doing that if you program them correctly. Yeah, again, maybe it would take time for it to be perfect, but as long as it's not fully automated, we still have a lot of those controversial decisions, if that makes sense. Yes, people, keep dropping a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And Valley, again, once more, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Taboho, stop doing that. My brother from the Madiba land. Hit the like button, people, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Please, the likes do go a long way. Big up everyone, big up to you too. Again, I said Potter out, and again, it won't make any difference. Yep, that's the thing. That's the reason why, even though I have questions, I'm never gonna go to the extent of start yelling Potter out. I know Liam Len have questions, but you don't see him going Potter out because it doesn't make any sort of sense. Just critique the manager and be objective about it. Be factual. I consider the fact that I factor again into that's my decision to whenever I question his how badly or how well the team has done, I usually again factor in the fact that we have a village of injured players. He can mid-season and all that, but I still come to the conclusion saying, you know what, we should be doing better than we're doing right now. But still, I don't go to saying Potter out, if that makes any sort of sense. Coachella, exactly. They should be going in with nothing but positivity again, but that seems to be too much for him anyway. It's the last time I even mentioned his name and finished with him. Yeah, again, his thing, again, he is who he is, and he doesn't look like that changes. Again, go watch Yanzu. I think you said that before. Like I said, Yan doesn't shape how anybody thinks about Potter, but more importantly, how whatever any individual thinks as a fan doesn't again influence, doesn't wield any measure and influence on what the you could say the club's hierarchy would do with Potter. At least he stays to the end of the season for them to have enough sample to judge him. And please again refrain from calling anybody fool because of what they think. I don't think it's okay. Pulisic. Let's see what else we have here. Rob. Again, I won't watch again. Okay, you're talking to someone else. Tuko is bad apple. Don. Why is Thomas Tuchel coming into? Okay, here's the thing. Strictly, I'm not going to talk about Graham Potter right now until we're talking about Graham Potter. Please don't be don't be pulling me back and forth comments. Yes, people, please keep liking the stream and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. Big up to the again to the Chelsea universe. Big up to you, to Tommy Bryan. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Trust the process again. This is not bad. Arsenal fans know. Yeah, it's not bad. Here's the thing. I agree, it's not bad. But sometimes you need to get progress. Is what it needs to convince some people, because a lot of people don't understand that football. Yes, it takes time, but there are lots of questions. If we're being honest, there are lots of questions. Again, over Graham Potter, his approach time. Again, he's a reaction to situations and all that. I get it. You've been there, but I think we shouldn't be comparing the two processes. Probably you're bantering. I know you suffered. We followed you. How do you forget again to draw the line? Draw the line in what sense? Go ahead, Valley. I don't understand what you mean, but I want to understand what you mean by drawing the line. And more importantly, big up to you. And once again, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Yes, again, we suffered under Ole. Again, our legend in English media, again, protected Ole. That's very much the truth, again, but I'm not going to get to that. We're not here to talk Ole. We're here to talk Chelsea Football Club. So soon we're going to get into the topics we have lined up here. Please, if you're just joining, take a second, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We have just, we have 21 likes. We should be doing better than that. If you don't mind, please keep dropping the like on the stream. Let's see what topic we're starting with. So if we switch topics, if whatever you're adding to the comment section isn't aligned with the current topic, I'm going to skip it because it takes energy to read that. As much as I enjoy reading that, but switching between topics can be exhausting. If the topics are aligned, I would do that all day, all day, and not complain at all. If that makes any sort of sense to you, let's keep going. Yeah, I wanted us to start with this one here, which says again, Southampton goalkeeper Gavin Bazunu has become a popular choice in the Chelsea recruitment team. My sources tell me again, Eduardo Mendes' camp is exploring its options and interests for the summer. It seems likely at this time that he could leave Chelsea. It all comes down that if the club finds a replacement, then they let him go. But if the club doesn't find a replacement, I don't see them letting him go. I think he still has like 3 years left on his contract. So after this season, he still have like 2 years. So the club will not be in a hurry to give him another contract or maybe to sell him. I think if they'd have to find a replacement before letting him go. He's a goalkeeper. Don't get me wrong. I know he's currently before he got injured, he was in a bad run of form, which kept him out of the side, which gave Kepa he actually got injured before Kepa got the opportunity to become the #1 choice. And since you could say has done well, probably better than him in terms of form. Don't get me wrong, he's well equipped and equipped enough to do better than Kepa Arrizabalaga if he can regain that form and that hunger he showed when he newly joined us. But it doesn't look like that will happen. So let me know if you know the goalkeeper in question. I don't know him that much. If the scouting department they're looking at him, which means they consider him good enough to be to be part of the Chelsea squad. Is he good enough to maybe become the #1? I don't know him. I actually don't know him, let alone talking about knowing him much, if that makes sense. Let's see. Arsenal will bottom the league. Here's the thing. I'm going to talk about this one more time, but please, whatever you talk about, let it be aligned with the current topic. Otherwise, I'm going to skip whatever you're saying there to read whatever that's aligned with the current topic. Here's my thought. I think whatever happens, Arsenal will remain in the top 4. As much as I don't think they're going to win the league, it's too close to say now they've won it over Manchester. Even Manchester United will believe they can win it actually, and they're in the good again run of form right now. So let's see what happens. They may well bottle it, but they still make top 4. Did Ole win any cup? Okay, you slug it out with him. Let's see what we have here. It's Kami. Big up. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Would you rather Alban Lafront? I don't know him, but it looks like you've mentioned that name before. but I don't think we're looking at him. I don't know the goalkeeper in question, and I don't know this particular goalkeeper that well. Joe Shields, again, recommended him, I think. So if they're that serious with him, the question is he coming in to become the number one, again, or is he coming in to compete with Kepa Arrizabalaga, or is he coming in as the second choice goalkeeper? But we don't know. But I'd rather we get a goalkeeper that will come in again and be good enough to become the number one. So there's competition. To me, I'm a strong believer of competition in every position, not just some will say the goalkeeping area. You don't need to have competition there. To me, I think otherwise, because if Kepa, again, if he isn't that good enough, when Mendy started faltering and when he got injured, then would settle with a second choice goalkeeper and not a good enough goalkeeper, if that makes sense. The circumstances Potter is facing have never happened before from clubs section. Again, injuries. Again, let's talk about that a bit. Here's the thing: injuries to 11 key players, dropping form, deadwood players to an influx of transfers. Let's be honest. Here's the thing. That's why I say I always factor those things into my decision as to whether I should back him or not. That's why I say I think they'd keep him at least till the end of the season. And plus, again, I don't care what anybody thinks about him. Whether you think Potter out or Potter in, it's not my freaking business. As for me personally, again, I have lots of questions regarding his tactical ability and all that. But that doesn't mean I'll come out and be swinging saying a Potter out or Potter out, Potter in. It doesn't change anything. They believe in him. They hired him. They believe he can get the job done for him. But I don't want to talk Potter right now. We have other topics that we're looking at here. Again, our fans are too irrational, toxic, and spoiled. You don't waste the time on that. Move on. It will always be the same. It will always. You can't change that about the fans. They are who they are. Let's see what we have here. You can PlayStation spot them, but you can't change them. I am talking about the VAR technical ref off the pitch. The guy apologized for forgetting for forgetting to draw the line when he was officiating Arsenal game and then in the Brighton game too. And then in our case, we didn't get, again, for the bastard, you could say the blatant penalty, we didn't get any apologies. This is not the first time. It has happened before. We've had a situation where, again, they openly accepted it was bad, but still didn't get any sort of apologies from them. Top of the morning, Kim Frankinson, top of the morning to you too. Chelsea, again, have a super squad, but we ain't scared, again, as long as they have a Graham Potter. Again, I like it. You're keeping it sober. You're not being abusive. I know you're a Manchester United fan. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. And please make sure to go check out our sister channel where we cover every club. It's called Soccer Perspective. You're welcome to subscribe. Then if you're a panelist, I'd like to see you on the panel there. We wanted a Tuchel out. Now we have Potter. They said it's a process. Now the fans want him out. It doesn't change anything. I'm not going to bother myself about what the fans change. It doesn't change anything. Who's next? Zidane, Poch, again, the German guy. Watch how the fans are going to ask for the sack again. But does he change anything? Do you think Tuchel was sacked because of what the fans think? No, I don't think so. And I don't think Graham Potter would be sacked because of what the fans want, if that makes sense. Again, we don't own the club. We're just supporters. Yes, sometimes they do pay attention from what pay attention on, again, to what the fans want. But at least that's what we believe, because usually what the fans think, they see that the manager isn't doing well and what the manager wants the manager sacked. Sometimes, again, it's aligned with what the owners are saying. It's not sometimes actually because they're seeing the same thing we're seeing. So if they end up firing the manager, sometimes people will get the notion, probably because the fans wanted him out. I don't think that's the case. But that's why the way we move on from that. So I wouldn't bother myself about what the fans think or not. The PlayStation again. Let me see that. Again, don't call anybody a fake fan. They all support Chelsea. Even those that want Potter out, if Potter starts again winning games now, win the Champions League, they'd be the forces to start cheering. So that's why you don't waste your time thinking about them. There will always be those sort of fans. That doesn't mean they're plastic fans or fake fans. No, they still support the same club you support. And again, I'm sure you have some opinions that they list listen, you voice your opinion. They say about Chelsea, they say you're ridiculous. If that makes sense. Yeah. Let's see what we have again. People like again. Actually, sorry. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I know. Don't worry. I know. Again, it depends on what he's saying. Again, he's not abusive yet. What he's saying is something is not different from what you hear from some of Chelsea fans. If I'm being honest. The Bluetooth again says, "Speak up, coach. It's nice to see you. Mentality merchant Geffer has already considered a defeat against Dortmund with this negative attitude. Between again, have you Dortmund again? Have you watched? Again, by the way, have you watched Dortmund's last 7 games? I haven't really. I haven't watched much of the games. But again, I think we're just here's the thing. I think we're just I think people are just running it because again, again you can say they've subscribed to the notion that he's not the right man. So it's easy again to extend whatever he says to whatever angle they want to. I think I saw some of those things. Him saying anything can happen, and truthfully anything can happen. But because of the situation we find ourselves in, yeah, I expected him to say, but we'll try to win it. We'll push. We're capable of winning it. But what I read, he said, he's saying something like, "We're capable." Dortmund again, anything can happen, but we're capable of winning it, and they're capable of winning it too. To me, that's not again. That's being factual. If we're being honest here. But big up to you, much love, brother. Big up again, House again. It's been a while. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Please do let us know that you're doing well. And I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. What did Prince say here? To be honest, again, Potter is the wrong choice for all owners. Again, no improvement from Fulham and West Ham. If that's how you see it, that's your opinion. What else do we have here? Big ups, guys, on the road and listening. We'll try and join once I can. Thank you so much again. Respect to see you if you get the chance. The problem is that some of these fans on social media, especially Twitter, Gen Zs, they grew up against sport under Roman era. So you understand the problem. So if you see it like that, then don't bother yourself. Let people express themselves. Any slight changes, usually they ask for a sack. Just leave them. I'm going to move beyond that. I'm going to come to the panel, get Roger's opinion for the first topic we have lined up here. Roger, big up to you. More importantly, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. I don't know if you know the goalkeeper in question. If you do, again, we're hearing that we have interest in the goalkeeper. What do you think? Do you want him at Chelsea?
Good morning, sir.
I think it's still morning for you, so good morning to you too, brother.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I hope you had a good weekend and enjoy the halftime show at the Super Bowl. Amazing. Absolutely
I
amazing.
didn't watch it. I'm not a big football fan, really.
Oh, you got to watch at least the halftime show. Amazing.
But I watched the replay of what's his name, Rihanna's performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, yeah, big up to you, Bobby, also, sir. Be safe on the road. Watch out for those swerving trees. So, yeah, no, actually, I'm not familiar with him. Gavin Bazuna? No, I can't say I'm familiar with him at all. I'd be interested to see where we stand actually with Mendy. It does appear that he's on his way out, doesn't it? But
yeah, because if he doesn't get an improved salary, it's business for all parties involved.
No, of
if he
course,
gets that elsewhere, he leaves.
Yeah. Now,
yeah, go ahead.
You know, he's been an amazing player for us. I mean, he basically has won a silverware and very prestigious silverware. So, you know, I just wish things. He's been unlucky, coach, with his timing of the contract and so forth, and what happened, you know, with Roman. But I wish him well, regardless. I really do. He's a quality starting goalkeeper. It'd be sad to see him go, but I totally understand why. Because, you know, at his age, and it's hard to sit on the bench, coach. It must be very hard. It's not like you're a midfielder or defender or any other position. Once you're on the bench, you're talking, with the exception of an injury, you're talking about writing off a whole season each and every time. So that's got to be hard. But no, I'm not familiar with Southampton's goalkeeper, Gavin. No, not at all. So, by the way, can I just say something about the VAR? What they're talking about, the lines, is there's two issues that have transpired. One with the Brighton and Palace or the Arsenal game, where Lee Mason, I believe, on one occasion he forgot to draw a line for an offside for one of the goals, and another instance where the actual line was drawn with the incorrect player. I mean, listen, I get it. AI, artificial intelligence, for binary issues where there's a 1 and a 0, where it's black and white. But there are some things that are open to interpretation, like or handball, where it's purely subjective. There are certain interpretations of an incident that are not objective; they're subjective. But these errors, even though VAR probably rectifies 90% of errors, this was egregious, coach, to not draw lines. And
that was why I said, here's the thing. That was why I said, when I talked about it, I said, here's the thing. If the whole process is not going to be automated, forget it. I think technology again is well advanced that the whole process can be automated. It's as simple as that.
There are some things you can't, shall we say, be automated because it's open to interpretation. Unless you change the rules where handball, whether the ball touches the hand in any circumstance, then yes, then it's binary.
Yeah, which again, if that's what it takes to perfect the refereeing aspect of the whole thing, then do it. Yeah.
But
you can't just go ahead.
I don't have a problem with a referee or a linesman making a mistake because it's happening real time, coach, and it's so hard. Your view could be obstructed, or you blink, for instance. Literally, you blink, it could obscure. However, when you have people in a remote office with technology that allows you replays from multitude of angles, then you would assume that the error rate would be far less, and more importantly, making a mistake is one thing, but these are egregious, coach. Not to draw a line.
I understand.
Unacceptable.
I get it. That's why I say it again. As long as humans have to aid that decision-making process, except for the goal line technology, which is again fully automated. Once you process the line, they know.
I'm not sure whether it's the right people, but I think the training needs to be better. You look at the World Cup; they had it virtually spot on.
Even with training, sometimes something can happen to someone and impair their judgment. You still get such rubbish. Again, that's why I'm arguing. To me, it doesn't make any sort of sense to still use it if the whole process isn't automated. Because
it's been costing us. Have you not noticed? This is our third season. It's been
I know that. I know that, and that's why I'm saying just yank it, just cut it off if it's not working. It doesn't make any sort of sense
with that. I have no problem with going away because it doesn't seem to be consistent. Let's put it that way.
No, it's not. We're better off again humans doing the entire thing. Again, the goal line, it's very important. That one is important. But let me catch up with what we have in the chat. I really want us to move on from that topic. Please, again, we'll come back to this. I highlighted. I think we should start from this topic because it doesn't make sense the way people are twisting it online. Even if it is factual, leave it up to the manager to sort it out. I don't think the way we're talking about it, I'm sure Kukurea is seeing it, and it will not help him in any way. But that's why we move on from that. Let's again, Porter is always lukewarm. Gavin was in the City Academy, so I'm guessing from that probably most likely. I'm not sure. I don't know him that well. Probably again good with his feet or so. But let's move on from that. The Super Bowl was epic again too. I don't watch American football, even though I'm an American and I've lived here for quite more than a decade now. But still, it's not a sport I like. But had I lived, if let's assume I still live in Philly, I wouldn't have missed it because I'll have peers around that will get me to watch it. But that's, by the way, let's see. I fear for this Chelsea versus Dortmund game. That's what I want to see. When I see such, to me, it's usually a good sign. I don't have any fear. Coach, can you give me a scenario where you'd be Potter out? Is it relegation? Is it getting knocked out by Dortmund? Some question to Roger so I can reserve your seat on my voice. Here's the thing. I'm going to say this.
He's already bought tickets. What are you talking about?
Yeah, again, like the way I used it before is that I'm off the fence because I see issues. I see there's a
Sure.
chance the house catches on fire. So I run out of the house and jump the fence, and I'm at the bus stop. But here's the thing: I'm not going to get to the extent where I'll start going. You can say swinging Potter out, Potter in, Potter out mainly. No, because it doesn't change anything. I've done my research. I've seen reasons why they give him till the end of the season. It has to take, like, for instance, we have all players ready, and Dortmund beats us in like something like 8-0 home and away total. Then they say maybe something like that. But I don't see something like that happening, no matter how badly we play. So
I don't know, Coach. That sounds like you're trying to get back on the fence. Hey, pick up, everyone.
I'm not getting back on the fence from what I'm seeing so far.
Well, you said you're off the fence, and then you made a great argument how you're trying to get back up there. It's like you're clawing your way up
I'm
there.
looking into the house. If the light comes on, I'm all for it. Which means, again, to better explain it, I support Porter because he's the Chelsea manager. If he does well, good. But I have a lot of questions, if that makes sense. Maybe if it's not explaining enough, but then I'm not going to use that analogy anymore.
Guys,
it's expected. I expected it.
Listen, they talked about David Ornstein report today, where they were quoting the owners as for this project to be with Potter to be years, as in plural, not singular. In other words,
that's usually not a good sign. I think we've talked about that. Usually, when you see owners again making sure that the whole world knows that they still back the manager, that's usually not a good sign. And if it's different this time, then okay, we'll see.
I believe that. I actually believe that was the initial, plan. But surely the hierarchy and the owners had to say something. Surely. They had to say something, yeah? Mm-hmm. Like, they're like, all right, we're going to give you a long time. The expectations for this season were low. I bet you Potter didn't have to make Champions League this season. Yeah. His goals were low, right? But his minimum, right, can't be 10th. Regardless, right? Now they brought in so many players. Yeah, now they spent all this money, and if Potter can't get something out of this basically new team, right, practically a new team, then they're not going to sit there and go, you know what, maybe we should give the guy another 500 million, right, spend another 500 million, and wait maybe a couple more seasons. The initial plan was that, but there isn't a progression of development to see an improvement, right? I'll tell you this here. Any manager with time will improve. AVB would have improved. Lampard would have improved. Any manager that we didn't like and we said it was rightfully got sacked, right, would have improved with time. But at least all those managers actually did something. Not AVB there. But now to say Potter needs time, it's a gamble. It's a gamble to know if he's going to do anything. And it would have been a gamble with all the other managers as well, right? But at least if we were talking about, if Pep was doing this, right, and we were doing badly with Pep, you just know, you know what, give the guy time, because we've seen it before. When the guy gets time, right, he makes the team a world-class team, and they go and win everything. But Potter, on the other hand, I haven't seen it. You know what I've seen? Nuno, right, had a better season or did better with Wolves than what Potter did with Brighton, right? Nuno got a taste of what it is at the top, didn't hack it, right? Now you can say that, I'll give him time, would have been all right, or give him a whole new team. You know, if you gave Nuno all these Portuguese players, right, or the Portuguese national team, he would have done all right. But that didn't happen. There's been so many managers that get up to this high altitude, and it's a different game.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm going to highlight the question, and I'm going to try to answer the question via the Q&A tab here, so I don't have to read that one. Go ahead, Declare. Sorry.
Yeah, it's basically what I was saying, and I'm really annoyed at his interviews now. I was annoyed before, but I want some fight. Like, the guy is so low energy. I think it rubs onto the team. The team is playing like his interviews, right? And that statement, I'll tell you something about that statement. Yeah, that's life. I expected him to get a bit upset. I expected him to take a fine, just so the media can talk about that dreadful decision. You know, the only thing that came out good about that decision is making me think that maybe we should sign Souček as a keeper. You know what I mean? Because that was such a good save. The way the guy fell, right? If everyone says that's not natural because his feet he didn't have his feet out. It wasn't a slide tackle. It wasn't a feet out like that in natural position. No, he dropped his body. There's nothing there. There's no feet near it.
His hands
and he
going
saved
towards the ball. Yeah.
Yeah, and he does what a keeper does to get it around the post. It's almost like he's had a bit of keeping skills as well.
It was good fundamentals.
Yeah, it's good basis. I did one season as a keeper as well. Hated it, but I mean, I could tell like that was exactly that. And the saying, the saying that's life, right? I'll give you a saying, right, down here in Australia. It's a big saying. It probably goes when they, such is life, right? Yeah. Was the last words.
No, I haven't heard that. This is my first time.
Yeah. Because it's something that's, embedded in our history. Oh, you have heard it?
No, I've heard it. I'm just kidding.
Okay. Such is life, right? Down here was the last words of a famous bushranger, right? And a bushranger was someone that a criminal that was on the run.
The origin?
Yeah. The guy that he famously wore a metal armor and like a tin hat back in the day. It's almost like a Western, and he shot a lot of people, and it was almost like he was almost bulletproof. Do you know what I mean?
I saw the documentary.
Yeah. Go ahead, Declan. So that was his last words, right? And that's used. People get that tattooed, and that's used more now than like as a phrase, and it's a phrase to express, acceptance of the misfortune. You know what I mean? Like you're in a bad situation, you're about to die. Such is life. Yeah, you're accepting that misfortune, but that's life, right? And that's exactly how I say Potter using that. You know what I mean? He's accepting the misfortunes of what's happening. It's not even it's a lot of them, right? He's just very accepting of what's happening right now, and I don't feel like he's got a lot of fight. He's not fighting for the team. He's not fighting for a reaction, and that bugs me to hell. I was annoyed with this guy earlier, but I don't get how we're so in such a bad position, and he still doesn't fight decisions, accepting of bad calls. Take the fine, but the guy earns 12 million. Take the fine. At least the media are going to talk about it. That's what other managers do. Other managers will take the fine, but then the media all talk about it, and then the FA have to respond or puts pressure on them just because you're fine. This guy nothing. This guy then after that he's very like an under 12s coach. Dortmund a great team too. Like it just say we're going to go win something. I'm more annoyed at that now than ever before. I just want something. I want the guy to match our energy, man. We're frustrated. I want him to be frustrated.
Mm-hmm. Again, Roger, can you answer this one quickly? I'll catch up with the chat, and we'll bring on you again. I think since we're at Potter now, I think I'll get you. Okay, Bobby's done. Can you answer this one on the screen? Then when I come back, I'll have you talk about again.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there is punishment.
Potter, then we'll move on from him quickly. We have other topics lined up.
Sure. I believe the gentleman not Lee Mason, the other chap that made the mistake, he's been removed from the game tonight and for the game he was scheduled on Wednesday. So from the VAR booth,
they do get punished.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is, I forgot the gentleman that took over from the PGMOL. He's the former official, head of refereeing. I forgot his name. It slipped me for the moment. But, he has added a level of transparency, which I do welcome, I must admit. So I'm pleased with how he's going about things. Have things been eradicated? No, but at least he is being transparent. And that is half the issue that we've always had with the officiating in this country. So that's a good thing.
So, and I'm sure you have again. You have a question. You have a response to Declared's input.
No, I get it.
Input.
Because I get it. No, I understand.
Okay. Let me catch up with the chat. When I come back, you can respond if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
of course.
Okay. Prince, you have the answer to your question there again. Even Shandais again is a better manager than Dash. Is it Dash or Shandais? But Valley, big up to you too. Again, Shandais, I understood that was what you want to type. Your phone is trying to predict your mind. It happens to all of us. I said, Bruce, again, we don't want another Bruce. He's trolling you. And you're falling for that. Potter is a Mumu man. This is a Nigerian for sure. Emmanuel Adinho, I don't know if you guys know what a Mumu is. And I'm not sure. Again, bro, you shouldn't be. Huh?
I said translate it for us.
Mumu means a fool. He's a and you shouldn't be calling him a fool. Just say he's not good at what he does or anything. Rather trust the process than sign those players. We did at summer during the summer window. This is you just deflecting the whole situation. Just be objective. Even with those who signed in the summer, they started well under the manager that signed them and all that. If we're being factual here, and I have to say to you again, Tabaho, I'm not sure where you stand in this whole thing. You don't take a bus, you don't take a train, you don't take a yacht. Where do you stand in this whole thing? Again, let me see what 254 says. Mendy just fall out of favor. It's not about falling out of favor. He was he wasn't in good form, and then he got injured. And what's his name? Kepa Arrizabalaga took his place, and you can say has done quite well. Mendy's actually well equipped to do better than Kepa. But the truth is, will he get the chance to even show that he can do better than Kepa? I don't know, and I'm not going to get into that right now. Forgive me, Coach. I need to see your permit for travel. I don't want you hopping off my bus if you beat Dortmund. Again, I've employed extra transport security just for Roger, of course. Exactly, not for me. Here's the thing. Let me make my point clear. Again, I still do believe he can do well, if that makes sense. I forget analogy I used was just designed it to be funny. But do I think really deep down think he's the man? No. And I'm not going to come out start saying Potter because he won't change anything. I'll just express myself while I think that's the case. On occasions, especially after games, I can point out to what I really don't like about him. Again, as a manager, do I think he's a good manager? Yes, but being a good manager is way different. Again, than being a good tactician. If that makes sense, at least that's how I see it. Again, up to Chelsea. Thank you, Patrick Bateman. Is that Bateman? Patrick Bateman. We will. Bateman, right? Okay, we will see on Wednesday if the lands again, if it lands it or not. Let's see what happens. And Sheila, big up to you too, brother. I hope you're doing well. Let's see what we have here. Turam, we'll talk about this. I highlighted that again, and I started a Q&A section so people can answer that question. But for me, Turam probably didn't want to come to Chelsea. If he wanted to come to Chelsea, we pushed for him. He'd come. So he's always said he wanted to explore his options. And I heard Barcelona are interested. I think PSG and some other clubs were mentioned as interested. So probably he'd wait to see whether we make it again. We'll secure Champions League place or win the Champions League, or maybe those that will pay him more in terms of again sign-on fee. And you could argue the reason he decided to stay, again, the whole thing fell through because he knows he'd get a sign-on fee if he lives on a free. And that's not again far away. I think in June or July. So why be in a hurry to join Chelsea Football Club? Let's see. My question is, were we this bad without these signings? Lampard didn't have a Potter's experience in squad, but he wasn't this bad. He's too he's too clueless. If that's what you think, or why? Okay, again, I get it. Again, declared spot on. People are just willing to gamble with the club or to prove their Potter to prove that Potter is the man or their Potter is the man for the job. A stance like that where they differ from me. Okay, again, that's life.
Liam.
That acceptance, fate. Again, a red flag of people. Again, yeah. If that's how you see it, you have every right. Roger, let me come to you. I wanted to get done with this particular topic and move to the next one. But before Roger starts talking, please, if you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the stream. Let's get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. And also, please do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And we need how many? Just 3 more likes to get to 10,000 subscribers. And if that happens today, tomorrow we'll do a $100 giveaway for students strictly. And like I said, then we'll find a way to compensate those that are not students. You go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, no, I get it. I really do. You know, Declare. I don't know what to say. You know, but this is his personality trait. It's simple as that. It's got him so far thus in life where he doesn't pull out his hair, you know, start throwing water bottles, using profanity and what have you. There are just different traits of people's personality, regardless of what job they do. And you see this quite often, you know. Does that mean that, listen, well, what he's reacting to is because he can't change the outcome. If he could, like, you know, like push the referee and what have you, and get it overturned, he would probably do that. But it's post-match analysis where, guess what? No matter what he says or does will not change the result. So why bother? I get it. I can see both sides of the fence. Look at Arteta, for instance, and I use him as an example, or Klopp. They cross that fine line, in my opinion. And maybe it was because I'm too old-fashioned. Maybe it's because of the era I was brought up on. You don't do that. And yes, there's been an influx of overseas managers and overseas players. When I used to watch it, and I dare say when Bob used to watch it, there was 0 overseas players and coaches. Did you know that? It was only, I think, until 1982 where Aussie are dealers.
So where does that come in this argument?
No, because it's a culture. It's a cultural thing in a lot of ways. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm trying to say that we didn't get to see this diving and what have you that you see now. You know, it's simple as that. It wasn't there before. All this fooling around, like you look at what's his name, for Man U. You breathe on him and he falls around and then he looks up and winks at his players. You didn't see that in my day. You just didn't, because it's like in South America. You know, Ali Moreno will tell you it's like cheating it's accepted. It's part of the game. It's part of the culture. That's not the case when we were growing up. It's just simple. So I'm not saying every Englishman is cool, calm, and collected. Of course not. But I'm just saying this is a side that more Latin people, they're more fiery, or more Mediterranean people, they're more animated. Well, you have to accept it. This is not his. It would be disingenuous of him if he started to be animated. That means he's just placating for the bloody cameras. And that's wrong. Listen, all I want to say is one thing. It's too premature to judge him. And I say this because...
What?
I say this because he's got a huge influx of players and he's been depleted. In my opinion, humble opinion, he's gone through a lot where I honestly feel that when I used to watch the game, when it was first introduced to me, managers got multiple, and I'm talking 3-4 years minimum. Now the game has progressed, but we are from a fan base that is unique in and of itself, because guess what? The modern game, they expect immediate results today. But the Chelsea ownership historically have taken it to another level, you know, where we have parted with managers where it's there before you listen to all the experts and they can't believe how we've succeeded in that in the last 20 years. Otherwise, other clubs would replicate this. So we are sport in that regard, where we instantly want a change. Well, you know what? We have to move on. It's simple as that. It's not going to be this way. Could they part with him? Yes, they could very soon. Could they stick with him for a couple of years, as what has been reported? It's probably more likely, because you look at, what is his name? Is it Roberts or something? The LA Dodgers manager. You know what? He's been there since 2016. They stuck with him. The first 2-3 years, their record was horrible. Simple as that. So,
hey, Roger, can I ask?
They have a tolerance. They have a greater tolerance in their sports culture. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, you said that he can't. Potter can't do anything in terms of that decision. He can, sure. And I'll give you a perfect example.
No, he can't.
When
he
Mourinho
can't overturn that result.
No, you said he can't do anything. He can't overturn the result. Of course he can't. but you said
No,
he
that's
can't
what
do
I meant.
anything.
No, that's what I
Okay.
meant with regard
What
to
he can do,
overturning the
I'll tell
result.
you one, Kelly. He can't change the result, but what he can do is something that Mourinho did when he said that there was a campaign against Chelsea. Took a big fine. But you
Sure.
know what? The referee after that became a bit more better. You know, like they didn't try anything yet after that. I still win the campaign, but eyes were on the ref. The next games after that, when he did that, the eyes were on the ref. Everyone was waiting to see if there was going to be a decision against us, and there wasn't. And you can see the pressure he puts on. So if Potter did do that, and if Potter put pressure back on him, rightfully so, because that's such a big call that is not even talked about. The other calls got an apology, right? The
No, I
Arsenal
agree.
one and the
I
Brighton,
agree.
they got an apology. We didn't even get
Because
nothing.
this was
We didn't even
because
get
this
looked
was
at. So what annoyed me
because
was
it was subjective.
they looked
That's
at yeah.
why it was
They
subjective.
looked at Declan Rice's goal, right, for
Mhm.
ages. It was clear
I know.
offside.
It was
They
2
were
feet
trying to
offside.
find
Yeah.
an excuse to give it, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't even look at that. So he should put the eyes back on them, and then everyone can see how bad that was. I think there's a lot of people that haven't even seen that. He could have brought attention to it, right? But he
Well,
just plays
actually,
down everything.
I would actually argue the fact that by him actually not doing that, because he's been heavily criticised. If you listen to, I don't know about you, Coach, but over in Britain, there has been, especially on Sports Talk and other sports platforms, he's been brought into question as to why he's been so calm about it. I think actually him being calm about it has inadvertently, I grant you that, de Klerk, I grant you that. He has actually inadvertently brought more attention to the issue than had he probably had an outrage. Now, obviously, that wasn't the intention, so I grant you that. So
There's been more attention at that's life than the actual decision.
yeah.
Here's
Listen,
what I'm going to say before I catch up with what we have in the chat. We have a few stuff lined up here. Is this the fact that things aren't going well?
and this
Every
is what happens.
slightest
Coach,
thing. Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
what happens. Listen, when you're a successful team, you generally don't sustain injuries. You get a lot of calls going your way. And when things go in the opposite direction, where you're drawing or losing games, you usually incur a lot of injuries. You get calls that aren't going your way. This is what transpires usually. It's never usually the opposite.
I don't know, Roger. You've been watching Chelsea for a long time. Even when we're doing well, I see the seasons go against us.
No, I get it. But I'm talking about traditionally, statistically speaking, that's what usually happens.
Roger always likes to be objective.
I'm just being honest with you guys.
Even sometimes to the detriment of his own client. If you're watching, again, people, if you look at the tab where you see live chat, you can also change it to Q&A. There's a question there, a thread there. I had to start it so that you can help answer the questions. Where again, it was Mabast05 who asked questions regarding Marcus Thuram. So I started that Q&A tab. You can switch to it and express your opinion there. I'll try to get it as soon as I get a chance. I'd pay 16 million to Potter to go today. It would be more money well spent. Okay, if you think so, but I don't think they'd risk that. The ref got removed from the Wednesday versus City game. Again, okay.
And tonight, okay. It's the same person.
Yeah.
Howard Webb.
Howard Webb.
He's the PGMOL.
Okay.
He's the person that's in charge of it, and he's brought transparency. I'll give him credit for that.
Really?
Yeah, he has, because he's come out admitting.
No! I mean, I didn't know he was the.
Yeah. Howard Webb's the PGMOL, and he's brought.
That's like the CEO for Man United, I think.
Sorry.
Howard Webb,
okay.
the Man United, the ex-Man United legend, that one.
No, he's a former official.
I don't think it actually make any sort of sense to make a former footballer of a particular club a referee. It's a risk. Then you gotta, when it gets to officiating the game that involves the club he's played for, you tell him, you're not gonna get involved in this one. And some of the games that can influence where then the club he's played for is on the table. So it wouldn't make any sort of sense if they do that. Coach, I'd be surprised.
A lot of refs, that I think it's part of their background check where they have to acknowledge who do they affiliate with You know,
Yeah.
like if I want to be a ref, I can be a ref, but I wouldn't be able to referee any Chelsea matches.
Then,
That
but
happens
again,
a
but
lot.
you can
A lot
still
of them.
again referee games that can influence where Chelsea is on the table. So that's why I'm saying it's a
I get
huge
it.
risk to not even allow any former player to be a ref. Again, if you're watching people, we're at 51 likes. We need 49 more to get it to 100. Please keep liking the stream and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And big up to my bro. Greetings to everyone out at Chelsea Perspective. Long live to everyone. Long life to you too, brother. If you're watching. If you haven't, again, please do share the link to your channel. So when I get to it, I'll talk about it. Go check out Zion's YouTube channel to find it. Just click again 3 dots to the right of his name. Click on go to channel, subscribe. You will not regret it. Again, lots of great panelists every day. I think he streams every day right now. I haven't had the time to join on the panel for personal reasons and sometimes because usually during that time I still be sleeping. Again, the win will start from Wednesday. Trust me, I trust you, but let's see it happening. I'll take it. This time I'm into seeing is believing rather than trusting anyone, but I still trust you as a bro. You cannot put, again, a rat in a bag of groundnuts. You expect to get full bag of groundnuts in translation. Yeah, I get it. This is possibly most likely an African adage translated to English. How would you get web as senior referees? Again, English referees are just useless. You don't have to. You said everything I enjoyed reading. You don't have to mention nationality there. Again, Howard Webb. Let's see again. However, taking him off for 2 games is not enough. If he's gonna again be given the right to officiate more games this season, that's your argument. I think I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Quite a lot to get here, and I can't get all of them. If I get as much as I enjoy doing it, if I try to do so, it will lead again to that being the only thing we'll do for the day. Valley, okay, I've seen that. Potter has got the boss to drop Mount, unlike Lampard, who favors Mount whenever he has a bad game. Had we lost that game, you see some people arguing. Go ahead, declare what you want to say quickly.
He dropped Mount, and he couldn't wait to put him back on. Potter's been making late substitution in this game. He couldn't wait to put him back on. Why didn't he keep Modric on for a bit more? You know, I want to say Chilwell Modric play. He couldn't wait to put him back on.
Well,
Yeah, by the way,
Modric
we
had
have
to
something
come
about
off.
Modric and Cucurella that I want us to talk about.
Modric, I think, is recovering. That's why.
You think that was really the case?
Recovering for what? He didn't get much of a pass.
It's a strong possibility, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, how many coaches will sack? Again, we trust the process. Bear with Potter for a better tomorrow. Chelsea rides with Yana Tyres. Okay, if that makes sense. Again, before key games, Jose used to apply positive pressure to refs. Again, opposition managers by spouting certain rhetorics in press conferences, which made everyone subconsciously scrutinize them, which what? Yes, then mind games. That's how I see the Jose approach of the games, and those things do work. Even you being vocal on the touchline, I'm not talking about
actually it has a detrimental effect for your information.
Hey Roger, and that is an English thing too. You brought up a Latin thing. Mind games is a big English thing too.
Yeah. It's
but it also, but gentlemen, it also has a detrimental effect. When you see someone, you know, shall we say, fall down and has a reputation for falling down constantly for very little contact, that when they actually do get hit, you'll see them and you'll hear the commentators say this time in, time out. Fernandez, or whatever his name is, for Man U is the example I keep on giving, because the ref will just like wave him on, just carry on. It's because
that's the truth. Sometimes they pay attention to the behavior of players.
It's called crying wolf. It's simple as that. So,
no, but what I was trying to say in effect, again, if you're vocal enough on the touchline, sometimes you can get the referee to look at some of the stuff that they would have just looked at and wave. Go on.
In the early days, perhaps when we had an influx of overseas managers, now they're used to it. Now they just basically, shall we say, accept it for what it is, that no matter what it is, when you see players that will like put up their arms to say, you know what, that's our throw-in, when you can see unequivocally that it wasn't even close to being his throw-in, because it's second nature to these players now. And it's the same with coaching. They basically dismiss it. It's laughable, actually. And you'll see the fourth official have a smile on his face when the manager is freaking blowing off steam. It's like, yeah, it's laughable. It's that egregious. It's simple.
Why is
that
laughable? It's actually, look, referees make mistakes. You agree with that?
Of course,
and people have influence on referee decisions. Even the home fans have an influence.
Why is it laughable? Because they will protest about the most obvious issues where it's unequivocal, because that's what they do, because they are seen to protest everything, and that's
everything is a battle.
Yeah,
I agree with that bit. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying when the manager, when the players, and every decision, every tackle, everything, they are fighting everything on that pitch. They are not giving up on everything. They don't give up on the no 50-50 challenge. It's a mentality on the ground. You don't give up on a decision. You can influence the ref's mind. The ref can make a mistake, right, based on your outcries, right, and the home crowd or whatever, right, and he could give a decision that goes in your way. Now VAR is here to help, but you can say VAR still makes mistakes. So you can challenge every decision, and if you get one, that could change the game. And why not fight? And that's the mentality of it. Why not fight
sure.
for everything?
I'm not disputing that, but
I was just giving you. There's a mentality to it.
No,
it's not just.
No, I get it.
I knew about the Latino one too. That they don't see it as cheating. They see it as like trick the ref and a skill.
Ali Marino has said this. He said, listen, he's from Venezuela, and he says in Latin America that, like the hand of God, for instance, he said this is not considered cheating. It's whatever it takes necessary to get the advantage. Well, guess what? In Britain, that is considered cheating. Not the hand of God. I'm talking about just everything, like diving when you're not being touched. You know, but in South America, that's not considered cheating. That's considered
it's tricking the ref.
Yeah, but guess what? Yeah. In our culture, I'm going to say something that's arrogant, and I'm sorry, but it's the truth. It comes from Britain. This rule, listen, several thousand years ago, Chinese were playing soccer with a goat's head or what have you, but it was played between villages. The game we know as soccer now, football, is with the rules and regulations and the pitch dimensions and the markings on the field, comes from inherently a couple of people from basically, Manchester and Liverpool in between there, you know, and they wrote the rules. It was in 1872 or whatever, and they have a charter where they actually drew up what was then the first division. So the rules and regulations, we know it is a British thing. We have the world's oldest and first league, so it's like, you know what, so it's our culture with which we are used to playing. And if you don't like that, when I say you, I'm talking about the general, like, cheating, then, you know, go invent your own game. That's fine by me. But you can't.
I don't think it's okay to say go invent your own game. So because you're marketing the game to the whole world. So you have to actually, again, you can say adjust the culture to accommodate the global fans.
No, you don't.
The global community.
Not when it comes to
you're making
cheating.
it.
No, but cheating. No, you don't have to.
Yeah, but Roger,
you're wrong about that.
It's a world game now, and there's different cultures in how the sport is developed, right? And I'll give you one. I grew up with South Americans, right? And I knew that very early on. Yeah, so the Chilean and Uruguayans, right? And they're the same culture too, right? And so, but I also played in the youth level.
South Americans, I'm talking about everyone.
No. I was going to make a point where I'm comparing two examples, right?
Sure.
I've also played under English coaches, right? Because there's a lot of English down here, Scottish, that help build the game too. And the difference in cultures, right? South Americans have that, and I know, right?
Well,
the English culture,
Americans, not just South Americans.
Yeah. All right, but the English culture, right? They consider that cheating too, but they have a bit of a culture on their own, a bit of a tough culture, a bit of a hurt that player culture, right? Which they don't consider. No, we're taking out a player, right? Which in other cultures, are considered in bad eyes, right? But in English culture, Scottish, let's say the UK around there, right?
Yeah.
See it as part of the game, right?
Well, you know, in the
so every
60s,
culture,
right, sliding tackles
Yeah.
were considered too violent around the world, but in Britain, it was considered legal.
I know what I'm saying. Each culture has probably their pros and cons, right? But it's the beauty about the game and how you can see how the game is developed, right? I know you can say what I'm saying is UK, the Britain can't hold their nose high to everyone else's culture because they have a bad one too, and
Yeah, of
I
course,
experienced that one
everyone.
too.
But I'm talking about
Yeah.
cheating. I'm talking about
Let's
cheating.
move on from that topic, please. We have
I'll tell you what.
the topics lined up to talk.
Taking out a player, right, is worse to me than trying to con the ref, right?
No,
I see that.
It's not.
That could be opinion, right?
No, but it's not.
I know, but they're both as bad.
So
Yeah.
no, because this sliding tackle has been adopted and accepted as part of the sport because it's not deliberately trying to take out a player; it's trying to get to the ball. It's, should we say, an evolvement of a tackle.
I didn't say sliding tackle. I'm saying the intent to hurt someone.
I was saying evolving. I was.
Yeah.
All right, let's move. Let me catch up with the chat, so we'll move on to the next topic. Declared just totally stealing my comment. Okay, maybe you guys had a meeting before now. Then you're letting us know about that. We didn't even know. Eyes again. We're on the reboot. Reboot is, you mean again? Did it change anything? We're at the same spot now. You were one of those again clamoring for the club to give them more time. It looks like you're changing your tone right now. Nothing changed. Okay. The topic of Porter is the story of a batsman that doesn't end. Here's the thing: it is the elephant in the room. As long as again we don't start seeing winning games, it will always come up one way or the other, even when it's not part of the game scheduled topic. It still comes up somehow. That's why sometimes I say, please again, let's keep it in line. But today we have to talk about it because there's a comment going about that it's going to be given days, not even months. I don't. Yeah. I hope I'm not misquoting that. Which to me, I said is not a good sign. Yeah. I will come. We'll talk about that and we'll end that topic with that particular question and we'll move on. Mr. Polito, very nice to see you, bros. Again, I hope you're doing well. It's not too soon to judge Potter. It's clear he isn't the best tactician. Ability to make in game or short-term changes that are impactful. He may be good with strategy or long-term planning, but yeah, you have. But again, like I said, I have questions over him, but that's not going to get me to start yelling Potter out because it would be a waste of my energy. It doesn't change anything. Yes, people, keep liking the stream. We need 2 more subscribers to get it to 10,000 subs, and you know what happens if that happens. And I'm seeing some comments in the question and answer column. I will get to that in a bit. Please, again, like and subscribe if you haven't, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Not tactics again. Yep, thank you. I understood that. Imagine Arsenal winning Premier League and we finish 10th on the table. It's going to be painful. Here's the thing. I don't really care what they say, if that makes any sort of sense. And of course, I'm going to be honest. I don't think they win in the Premier League. If anything, they will make top 4. And it's looking a bit more tight as the season progresses. It's looking like they're not going to be able to get there. If that makes sense. Had they signed somebody like Mudryk, you can argue, yeah, possibly, because he makes a whole lot of difference. If we forget that he hasn't scored a goal or assisted a goal at Chelsea, but he would have again made a difference straight away at Arsenal. I agree, Roger, too early to judge Potter. However, Diving was around in the old days. Remember the likes of again Francis Lee and Alan Clark. I'm not really sure where Bobby starts. But Bobby will be the first to judge.
Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
But Bobby, you're right. But it wasn't systemic. It wasn't predominant. Those were the exception, not the rule. Now it's the rule per se. You know, that's the difference. You know, there's always going to be a minority, but it seems to be pervasive now. It's constant. Are you joking? It's like you can't. Yes, there's always going to be 1 or 2 people out of the tens of thousands that have played the sport, but we're talking about invariably transpiring. That's my point. You know, it was never like this.
I mean, there's a massive difference from when VAR was introduced to before
What
that.
do you mean?
With the diving, diving used to be like. I feel like it's cut out so much. You rarely see it. You still see it here and then, but
well, you know what? I feared for Rudiger when they were bringing in VAR. You know, when they announced they're bringing it in next year, I'm
Yeah.
thinking, oh crap, Rudiger's going to get so many red cards. And, you know, he tallied his game to his credit, you know. And I admit he got away with a few things, in my opinion.
I think he polished his approach to the
Yeah,
game. Actually,
but he also got a bit
aggressive,
lucky.
but
Yeah.
not to the extent that I was concerned.
Yeah.
At some point, he polished his approach to the game. But I get you. That's again some perfect to mention. I was going to say I'm not sure where Bobby stands with Potter. You don't want to hear Bobby talk about Potter, especially again immediately after games that he didn't make changes on time or we didn't play well entirely.
You know what, coach?
Yeah.
You know what? It's really funny because I think historically the last, I don't know, X amount of months minus the World Cup, yourself and a lot of people on this channel and on media have been saying Potter makes substitutions too late. And yet this time he's criticised for making substitutes too early. You're damned if you do.
No, I didn't say too early. The run changes was my concern. I know where you're going, but
people have said
it was who he brought on. People have been talking about.
Sir, I'm not disputing that. I'm saying though, but you chaps have historically said he makes substitutes too late. And now, listen to Sky Sports, BT, listen to Talk Sports. People are saying he brought on substitutes too early. It's like bloody hell. What do you want? Is there an actual shall we say, a margin of acceptability within a nanosecond where you can make a substitute? Come on, chat. It's
Roger. My thing was for
it's laughable. I'm not Potter in, I'm not Potter out. But gentlemen, there's logic. You know, it's contradiction of terms. You know, it's simple as that. I find it absurd. I find it laughable.
Yeah. Finally, again, Roger. Again, here's the thing. Please, I need time to catch up with the chat, so we'll come back and switch topics. Not switching topic, but it's still on Potter. The question I want to ask. But Roger, you're truly Potter's should I say lead lawyer? Because there are lots of lawyers, but you're the one that usually stick out your head for him. Even when it's clear, I don't know how else to phrase it.
I just think we should give him.
But enough respect to you for always coming out and saying again. Sometimes you say stuff that I know you recognize. Again, to me, I could interpret it to saying. That means you know he's not really doing again as well as he should be doing. But no, I'm not going to get into that.
But you can say that about every single coach in every league in every world. It's simple as that.
All right, let me catch up. Let me catch up with the chat.
In coaching, you know, it's like yes, you have the right to criticize someone, but don't do it to the point where you contradict yourself. Of course, he hasn't done everything right, but name me a coach that's done everything right. Coach, name me him right now.
I don't know any, and we've talked about that before, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to say things
Pep Guardiola.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You know he's pulling your legs. Let's move on. Let me catch up with the chat. We will still do a good analysis here, and Potter will mix juice and milk and say it's live. Okay, enjoy that. Rats and groundnuts. I'm finished. Yeah, I understand. Like I said, when I read that, to me, clearly an African adage, again, translated to English, if that makes sense. Yep. Again, I don't understand how since January Chelsea did not apply for. Who told you that? Who told what? I don't believe that. They've done that. Probably he didn't have enough points at that point because I'm hearing now there's a point system. I didn't know that was the case. There's a point system in place, but we'll get to talk about Santos in a bit. Again, what's wrong with the Premier League referees? I don't know. Again, we've talked about that. Again, to me, my argument is that if the whole thing it won't be automated, just yank it. Don't use it. Potter isn't the right man for this takeover in project at the moment. Says Sheila, nice to see you. More importantly, do let us know that you're doing well. Limitless. Big up, brother. Again, the way things are going, Potter can never do right with people who want him out. That's the thing. It's as simple as that. As long as things are not going the right way, every little thing he does
because they have preconceived notions.
Yeah, and again,
hold on. What would you? This is where I have trouble with, right? And I've been asking for a long time, right? Is because Potter, I asked for Potter to show me something, not results, right? Not only results. Show me how you want to play and find your first 11 and play it and then see what your deficiencies are and players adjusting to the way you want to play and then transfer window or players get better in the role you want them to play and we move from there, right? And that could be a long-term plan, right? And I wanted to say something, but what he did and what he's been doing is trying to please everyone, for one. Something, he's not ruthless enough, right? He's trying to make everyone happy. And so he's adjusted his formation and play style 10 million different times, right? Every game's a surprise on how he wants to play, right? And I was arguing this yesterday. People didn't know, but
just quickly, please. Big up to DJ and big up to Broskit. Who else have I said hello to? I think I've said Kim So. I think I've talked to you today, but big up to you too, brother. Go ahead, Declan.
I'm really keen to talk because I'm driving and I don't want it to cut off. Just bear that in mind.
Okay, hello, Bobby.
Pull up, Bobby. I just realised who it was.
Big up, guys. Roger, Declan.
Okay, Declan, you want to allow him talk now? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay,
I just thought I had a
ahead,
walkie-talkie going off.
Sorry, I didn't know who was talking.
Why you are eating,
because
Bobby? I
I've been in
want
and out
from you
because I'm
whether
driving.
it's a good sign. Okay, just go ahead with your opinion. Or you want? We can wait till you get to where you're going. That's not a problem. So let the clock continue. When you have a better connection, you can come back in.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, the clap.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I was happy to let Bobby go if he wanted to get in there while he had the chance.
Let me just try quickly because the longer we go to and forth, the more likely it's going to cut out. Just really quick, really quick. I wasn't sure who was talking. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but all I wanted to say was, look, we got to give this guy a chance and look at the project from fresh eyes. All of us keep looking at what other people have done. So-and-so has done this. Potter should do this. This is an entirely new formula. You know, I had a very, very strong opinion about Potter. I probably still do. But I listened to a video by Jan from the Football Therapy, and I found it made so much sense. You know, there's no point this guy at this point coming in, upsetting everybody, stamping himself on a team that is not yet settled. The transition is still long. In the summer, there are many players that are going to go, and we've currently just acquired a lot of players. So this is really a project that is in process. And unfortunately, we just have to wait and see how it's going to pan out. And one thing we have to be 100% sure of is that the ownership is behind this guy for the long haul. They're not going to pull the trigger on him very easily at all. Unless something disastrous happens, they're going to stick it out. Sorry to whoever it was I cut in on, but
it was me, Bobby, and that's good. I can.
He's fuming. He's fuming right
now.
No,
I can add more to what you just said too, because I've let's say this. I don't want to say I'm some historian or anything, but I have a great interest in what other clubs have done for a very long time. It's just been something that it's something I did when I was young. Yeah, I liked when a team became good. I was very interested how that team became good, right? And just like many La Liga sides, Valencia and all that, to how when Serie A was probably had most of the best players, and Serie A used to have like Lazio, Fiorentina. It was great interest of mine, right? So I have an interest how great teams come together, and so we're in a time where time to cycle the team, and I have a great interest in how it happens, and I have different eyes than everyone else because, like I said, I didn't look for results, right? And mind you too, I backed a lot of managers to stay, right? This is probably very unique to me to ask a manager out because what Potter's different. The difference in Potter and everyone else that's trying to build a team, right, is that Jan said, oh, it's not good to disrupt, maybe, but he's come in and he's failed to manage the group of players that were here, right? He's failed to get anything from them. But the plan was always to bring in so many players in, right?
You mean the healthy players?
Yeah, the healthy player. Like,
I'm being sarcastic.
I don't know. Maybe they faked injuries. They didn't want to play. But
good one.
Where I'm going is that he didn't. If he always, it's kind of like the Ziyech thing, right? If he doesn't want these players and he's ready to let them go, where's the loyalty? Where's the loyalty to play Ziyech? Why does he have to make these players happy? I want him to get his team. We're going to have a mass exodus soon, so there's no reason to make these guys happy, right? If they don't want to stay, because if they wanted to stay and if Potter made it right, there's a new team coming. If you want a spot in the team, right, you got to earn it. Just like the fundamentals that every manager would do, right? There's no one has any pressure. Yeah, no one has any pressure to make it here. Like everyone's been complaining about Mount and Hazard, right? Havertz, right? It's because I felt that there was a trust thing, not that they were playing good or not, right? What Potter needed to show and what he's failed to show in this whole time here is a way of playing, and he's at least his starting 11, right? And go from there and build from there. Every manager, you want to copy Arsenal? That's what Arteta did, right? And the way Arteta did is he got rid of most of the older players because young players are great for like sponges absorbing, a way of playing and teaching them, right? And especially if you want to play in a bit of a high energy way, right? Someone like Klopp loves them, right? That's why he did well at Dortmund with young players. So he at least has to show me, right? He can have 3 years, but show me the building blocks, right? Tell me that you're going to do that, because if this guy's still saying in his interviews, we've got to wait for this guy to acclimatize, this guy to get ready. He's just come in. What he's basically saying, we're waiting for Potter to learn on the job, to what it's like at this level, right? I'm telling you, he's struggling to breathe here, right? The guy is struggling to believe he can't talk. He can't even make excuses. He's so passive. It's what is it? Flight or fight response. He's stopped, right? He's frozen. If he had the balls, right, he would drop players that didn't perform in the way he wants to play. And when I recognize that, right, it's like when Tuko came in and he got these crop players and we all call them shit, right? And
has he done?
He won in the Champions League.
Has Potter done anything right in your eyes?
No,
I don't think so.
Because
So yeah, go ahead.
No, I'll give you a quick summary. I'll give you a quick summary, Roger. Quick summary, Roger.
Yes,
when Potter came in,
we'll have IBZ. Once you drop, I'll get what we have in the chat, and IBZ comes in. I really want us to move on from that. Go ahead.
Big up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to just quickly say, Roger, when he came in, I wasn't happy about the Tuchel stuff, right? But I always felt Potter was exciting from what he did to what he did with Brighton, right?
Sure.
And I was expecting a response where we usually, if the manager goes, if there's a problem in the dressing room, players will play and respond, and I expected us to play better. That didn't happen so much, right? Then we picked up some wins, which I criticized the performance. People thought it was hated Potter for Tuchel.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were playing poorly. We won some games and we still played bad. I said, I watched this game. The other team was so bad they didn't punish us, right? I don't like it. When I see this, I know that once we play the next game and the other team plays well, they're going to rip us apart. And that's what's been happening ever since. And I was patient. I just wanted to see Potter instill a system, and this is how we're going to play, right? And then improve on that system. Even if we lost every game, I'm just like, I see what he's trying to do. And he's missing this type of player. He's missing that type of player. And I think when it all comes together, it's going to be great. Let's give him time. That's exactly how I am.
You want direction, right?
But Potter's not playing that. But Potter doesn't want to do that. Potter is trying to make everyone happy. He's playing the team psychologist. That's what he's playing. He's playing that. You know the words that he said that when he got hired? I'm going to be the one that puts the arm around the players and say good lad. I can't remember the exact quote, right? That was his that was his same word, and that's what he's doing. And I think that we all know that at this level it's cutthroat, you have to make big decisions. And I don't think Potter has that in him. And if he did, maybe he can instill, and maybe he can take his team forward and instill his way. But I think that's a barrier he can't get past. I think something that it's needed, an attribute, a quality needed at this level that he doesn't have. And maybe he's a great coach. He can do great things, but I think it's a trait that lets him down, right? So that's what I'm annoyed at. Not so much the results, because any transitional team, right? That happens. You're going to have a poor season, but it's all about getting the younger players in, instilling a way of how you want to play. And then after a while, you just put the puzzles together. That's how it is. But there is no puzzle. There's no puzzle board. There's nothing at the moment, right? And this is a transition on roids. The amount of money we've spent and got players in, this usually takes more than a couple seasons. And as you see this develop, you know what I mean? We've spent so much, and we're going to spend more. We're doing what we're meant to do in 3 seasons in one, right? So I think, I think you need a special manager that can actually join that. How quick everything's going. So that's how I feel.
Yeah. Let me catch up with the chat. I think some again, final question regarding Potter in particular. I think I'll start with IPC with that one when I come back in. I think he did say something that shows he fully recognized it's, again, winning starts now. It's short term, it's mid term, it's long term. I think he says something to that effect. And I think the oldest, I forget about what we're hearing about 5 years or so again. But that's, by the way, let me catch up with what we have in the chart. How one. And again, no one that is willing to trust the process, or again, are willing to say again how low the bar is set for them. I wonder why that is. Maybe again, Roger might tell us. Okay, I'm going to highlight that one. Maybe Roger, if you have anything to say about it, you do that later. Roger is half right. Okay, that's okay. It does have a detrimental effect. But only if the manager and the team don't have the backbone to back it up. It only works with a consistent us against them world mentality. I think that works to a certain extent. There's a downside to it, but I'm not going to get into that today. To be honest, again, I don't care who will be the coach because Chelsea have too much average and lazy players. The truth hurts. Short-term squad, really? Everything we have now is short-term squad? Okay. You have every right to say that. Again, I'm going to move on from that one. Let's say what we have again. Rashi he is, but just leave him as long as he's not abusing anybody. Just leave him. He's providing value to the channel. Roger's comment has been referred to the VAR. I hope he gets sent off again. Where is it? The New York guy joins us today. Dive 9-2 though. Oh yeah, again, that's a good argument right there. Nice to see you, Reeve James. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join us. John Otis says, okay. Let's see what we have here. Anything that's in, if I haven't said hello to you, apologies again. It's British culture. I'm not sure what that means. Hooliganism. Okay, hooliganism.
No,
okay.
You could say the same. Look at South America. They just had like so many deaths last year, and yet had it been a British team, like a Scottish or an English or a Welsh team,
you don't really have to respond to that, Roger.
No, exactly. But it's like this is the whatever. It's laughable.
Did it originate from UK? I don't even know where it's originated from.
Most things do, bro.
All right, let me catch up with what we have in the chat, please. Again, Man City's penalty yesterday shown. Let's keep the topics aligned, please, so that I'm not going back and forth. It can be exhausting, really. Why do I feel like it might take us 3 years before we see Potter winning games? A lot of us do feel that way. Again, what he wants to do takes time, really. Getting us to start playing as a unit, it takes time. Do I think the owners will wait for him till it clicks? There's a chance that may well happen again, but that would be again predominantly down to their ego of trying to show what we did. We knew exactly what we're doing. We knew exactly what we're doing when we hired him, and he's our man long term. He's going to win stuff. But let's see when bad performances start hitting the pocketbooks, maybe they change their mind. It's irrelevant what we paid, if you think the players we have are average, then I just don't know what to say. Yeah, that argument makes sense. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, and then I'll try the best I can to get your subsequent contributions. There's so much in the chat, I can't get everything. Again,
yes,
in Roger's eyes, again, Magical Potter cannot do wrong. Oh yeah, why is he his lawyer? And we know that. Again, even without knowing it, he defends. Sometimes he's actually preemptive. Again, is that what's called?
No.
The correct word?
No, listen. I honestly, and DJ knows this, but hello, how are you, DJ? I honestly see things.
Why
that
do you
I find
to again get on his good side before you say?
No. I like DJ. He's a good chat. He's a good chap. He shows me respect, coach. No,
doesn't look like in that message.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
I'm sorry, past tense. Oh, ouch, the clerk, ouch.
That hurts.
No, seriously, there are things that concern me. I'd be a moron to think otherwise. Just to say that this is a bed of roses would be, well, let's just put it would be cretinous of me. Am I concerned? Of course I am. Do I have doubts? To a certain extent, yes, I do. Because if I said otherwise, it would be disingenuous. I'm just being honest. But I honestly believe, well, listen, we don't know if he is the right person for the job. We don't. Only time will tell. All I'm saying is give him time and be objective. And for the most part, most people are objective. But some of the criticism is absurd. It just is. And it's based on very little data.
Yeah.
You know? Can I add a question, Roger?
Yeah,
can I just ask one quick question with that? Because it's something I strongly feel I probably haven't said it on here much. Do you think? I know time will tell, right? Yeah. I know. Yeah, time will tell, and I think one of my biggest issues is the time we're in, right? Yeah. Do you think this time of transition is more crucial to have the right manager than, say, when the team is average age of 26, 27? Or even older.
What are you saying, that we have a very young squad compared to, so it's more important?
Well, our transfer policy now, right, is we're hiring in that age range, right? To, you know, because once they all hit their peak, we're winning trophies. We don't expect much from them at this age. So we're trying to build a team around the age of 23, average age. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Once that average age gets to in the higher 20s, right, where it's trophy winning time, I mean, which stage would you say is most important?
Well, now,
you know, because
now,
right?
They're more malleable. You know, they're more moldable. You know, and that's what you want to mold them in a philosophy and system, tactically, and all different kinds of aspects of coaching. So I agree. Yeah, this is an important part.
This topic is
that's my worry, Roger. That's why
we're not going to talk about
I'm making a big
else
difference.
We have here.
And more important, can I just say one thing very briefly? And more importantly of all, now is even more critical than in the last 20 years, because before it was only 4 teams. Now there's 7 of us, meaning including Newcastle, financially spending. And who's to say that there may not be an 8th or a 9th team in the next year or so?
Right.
I get it.
Well, it is almost almost like the Super League.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let you declare. You guys are done with this particular topic on slide.
What are you talking about? I'm only coming here to talk about that. I'm going to find a way, Coach, to change it back to this.
No, I'll still come back.
You've been talking about Santos walk, and then I'm quickly going to bring it to this.
We have IBC and Taberho before they run away. Let me try and come back to the just quickly. I don't prefer TT. I'm not going to get into that. Let me just scroll to the very bottom. Apologies again, and big up to my bro again. Matt ZV Genius. Again, congratulations again on hitting 1,000 subscribers. And if you can, whenever you get a chance, share the link to your channel. Let's push. Again, let's wish my brother to 2K. He deserves that. Hard working, streams every day. Again, 1 hour, 30 minutes earlier before the Blue Morning Show. So I think 2:30, 30 minutes before the Blue Morning Show. But that's, by the way, he's going to share the link. If it doesn't, I'll still find a way to share. But I don't want my screen to freeze. If you haven't, take a second, drop a like. We need 24 more likes to get it to 100 likes. We can get there as soon as possible. Apologies, guys. I have to scroll to the very bottom. I know OG's here. won't like that again. But apologies to you all. I'll try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat if that makes any sort of sense. To you, okay, thank you. I'm at the very bottom right now. I can't highlight everything. IBC, I'm gonna come to you quickly. IBC, the question I have for you, again, what we saw out there, again, who was it from saying the ground butter, he's not just gonna get a season, something to the effect, he's gonna get Yates. Again,
David Ornstein.
Are you referring to the Athletic?
Yeah.
Article?
Yeah. Do you believe that? Really? Do you think that happens?
Yeah.
You think it's gonna get yes, no matter what, no matter the performance.
No matter the performance, everything's subject to performance. But they consider this. They consider the circumstances that a lot of fickle fans do not consider. They consider that are behind the closed rooms. They are having discussions with him. Understand? We are consumers. We're no more than consumers. We have no affinity, but just to consume. We only see the pitch, so that's
understandable.
What we want.
Go ahead.
But we don't see it from a rational perspective. We see it from a emotional, instinctive consumer perspective. It's almost entitlement. We are used to winning, so why are we not winning? This man doesn't know what we've been through in terms of winning, so I bring me the winner now. That entitlement is not what the board sees. That
it's just how the rest of the league views us.
Yeah, Roger, just say here. That will work.
That entitlement is what rational people will sit down and understand, so that when things do happen in which way we are happy, us consumers, like we just go with the flow. We'll be singing this guy's tune. So yes, I do believe the fact that they're not going to sing to the tune of fans that haven't got a bloody clue when it comes to UEFA coaching licensing, boardroom meetings, analysing of players. They're going to do what's best for the club. And I believe they're right so to keep the guy on, make sure he gets the best out of the squad. The squad wasn't okay when he joined. He's joined. It's still not okay now.
Just quickly, do you think there's anything that will happen that will make them say it's not working?
Unless he relegated this season, he's staying where he is.
So except if it's relegation.
If we get relegated this season, I expect him out by May.
I'm gonna so
if he's not buckle up, because we got another season to support the Chelsea. I don't want to do it. Yeah. There's 19 other clubs. There's so many other clubs in the world. So many clubs in Premier League. You can in Championship. You can go and support, bro. You know, it's not, you know. All right. I know,
before I go to Taberho and the New York guy, Keshan, I'm going to say this. Here's the thing. As much as I know they give him time, but giving him time will only happen if they're seeing the effort. If they're seeing he's making the effort, again, we really get, let's say, for instance, the season ends.
This is why you do give him time. Coach, this is why you give him time. Not, we're seeing progress, so, we keep you. It's when it's hard knocks. It's when your back is against the wall. It's when it's not easy. That's when you give them time. You don't react to the first sign of downfall. Well, how do you grow?
And I'm not saying that's the case. Here's the thing. Here's what I wanted to say. Let's say, for instance, the season ends today.
Imagine Man City sacked Pep Guardiola in his first season of not winning the league. Imagine.
No, we shouldn't even be comparing those. We shouldn't be comparing Pep's first season to these. There was clarity as to what Pep wanted to do. IBC just drop. Let me let you drop. Then I'll say what I want to say and bring in Taberho. Go ahead.
I've shared it today. I'm happy. God is good all the time. The noise from our toxic fans, is not being echoed by the board, which is really, really beautiful to hear. Arsenal are rattled. They're using a VAR situation as an excuse, small screen excuse, because they know their title hopes are in shambles. I'm so happy right now. So I'm, God is good, and I hope for a beautiful week ahead. So yeah, we move forward.
In terms of his future, I think you're so into Chelsea. You're one of the biggest Chelsea fans I've seen. You're so into Chelsea, but really, I don't think you're being objective.
What do you mean? Okay, coach.
Honestly, since you went to the extent to say we have to get relegated before they decide on letting him go.
Coach, coach. We just had
I've been thinking about looking for God too, the way that Ibis is talking.
We just had a coach 6 months ago.
IBC, go ahead.
Oh my God.
You just had a coach 6 months ago.
Clerk, love you,
You
man.
guys were saying, oh, I don't know what Tuko this, the players Tuko this, that, and the third, until they pulled the plug and they brought in someone new. Now you want him to, what? Oh, he's not cutting it. Pull the plug and getting someone new again. What, you want to
No,
be a
it's
South
not
Yeah.
about pulling the plug.
No,
the
you
argument
want-
is
no,
what
that's
will
what you want.
happen,
That
and you
is
say
what
they're
you
not going to let
want.
him go, even if unless we get relegated.
Yeah, because they're backing him, bro.
All
They're
right,
seeing
all
that
right,
as a
thank you.
transgression,
That-
bro.
good luck to
Ibis,
them.
if the light
Good
bulb
luck
in
to
your
them.
house, right, goes off and you go to buy
Simple.
another one and that one doesn't work, we're just going to say, well, I just bought this one, right?
The light
I'm not going
bulb's
to go
off,
get
yeah?
another one.
So the light bulb's off in this club. That's the narrative we're perpetrating.
Well, look,
The
you said you
Potter-
said God is
Potter
great.
lost the draw. Yeah,
You
God
said
is
what?
good,
You
man.
said God is great,
All the time.
right? Our owners don't match the toxic fans, yeah. But the owners haven't come out and said the owners haven't come out and backed this man.
Our owners are not. Yes, they are. Well,
Hold on, Bowley did not come out
out.
and put an interview and said Potter's not going anywhere.
All right, let
You know
me
why he
bring
doesn't
it
need
up. Let me
to?
bring
He
it
gives
someone else.
himself room. Wait,
Declan,
he
I'll
gives
give you a
himself
chance.
room
I think IBC
to.
have dropped.
I've been so silent.
Yeah.
I've been so silent. I have been so silent. Let me just.
You have, sorry.
leave.
You've
But-
actually landed 2 times now.
No,
IBC,
no,
but land the third one, no
that's what I'm
problem.
saying.
Go ahead with the
That's what
third
I'm
one. Land
You
the
see,
third one.
It's about rebranding, isn't it? It's like rebranded. If I want to compare myself to another team that's rebranded, unfortunately, I have to compare myself to Arsenal. Arsenal have rebranded. They have rebranded. Even if they don't win the title, they have rebranded themselves where they have now put themselves at upper echelon. We have not rebranded, bro. We just got a new owner. We've had so many situations where we have to kind of turn over. New energy, new mindset, new state of mind, new personnel, new culture.
Those I agree with you.
What do you mean we spent
No, you
600
don't. No,
million?
you
What do you mean
don't.
state of
No,
mind?
you don't.
Let him drop. Let him drop, Declan. Let him drop. And what's your drop? We're moving on from you. Go ahead, brother.
Okay.
You guys accept instant success based off that. Because what?
No.
What? About let me land.
Declan, just let him drop. Just let him drop.
Abramovich did that in 2003 when he brought in how many man? Like 12 to 9 bagger man. We won the league within the first year, won the double within first 2 years of a certain man's premiership. So that ingrains in your mind. So if you don't do well, we're bringing another brother. A brother will paint him through the cracks. Maybe Ancelotti will do it. He'll win the league in his first season. If you don't do well, we slack him off. That culture is not sustainable. Are we hearing it? Now, where you have to be sustainable, you have to bring in and stick with and try and enjoy. You don't do it in 6 months. This guy came in what? August, September, October. We are in fucking February. Sorry, my French. We're in February. What are we saying here, guys? Arteta.
Let me ask you this, IBC. Let me ask you this, and then you've dropped the third time now. One more question. I'm going to ask you this: you own a company, or let's say you purchase a new company. You hire an employee to help you rebrand, and they're doing the whole thing wrong, and you let them bankrupt the company, for instance. Let me just use that term because again,
yeah, but there's context to it. This context. This context.
The analogy is giving support my narrative. We're comparing this football to any business.
Why do you have to say relegate Chelsea before they fire him? I'm for him. I'm all for him getting enough time. Because I do factor the fact that we have a village of injured players.
How much time?
I do factor into that. Nobody knows how much time is enough time. But to me, all I can say, if things ain't going the right direction, forget all these things they're making sure the public hears. Forget all this thing they're making sure he hears.
What's the right?
They have to show him
right
support.
direction?
It's usually not a good sign. When you start hearing, we back the manager, it's usually not a good sign.
Coach,
what
how
is
much
the right
time
direction?
is good enough for you?
I don't know. It's not something I can define.
Would
but
you
you
be
can
satisfied tomorrow morning?
Well,
sounds like time is up.
You know what? Let's move on. Let's move on from that. Let me bring in someone else. IBC has made this point. His clear point is that again, it will take the club being relegated before the new owners decide otherwise. As much as I don't think they're letting go before the end of the season. As much as I think they give him enough time, I don't know how much time is enough time. But I simply do not think it will get to the extent of if they're seeing things that we're going to be relegated and then let this. Can I drop? I let you drop 3 times. I let you drop 3 times. Can I drop what I'm saying?
Cool.
Look, what I'm saying here is that what drives me nuts from your contribution is this: you're saying he has to take the club being relegated before they fire him. What I'm saying is, as much. Can I finish?
That's what you've taken what I've said as the literal. It's a
yeah,
figure, it's like a figure that. You can't take no. But how would Chelsea go to get relegated? Is that ever happening? It's not going to happen with our standing.
Then why would you say
no
it?
way we're getting relegated.
I mean, it's a figure.
I know it won't happen, but you shouldn't say that.
I can. But you guys can say, "Oh, I'm all for process," but this process is taking long. What kind of nonsense are we perpetrating here? Come on.
Hey, I'm busy. You're right, but you got to understand that with 10th and that joke doesn't apply. In other seasons, we can say
come in from Brighton and put us 10th. Where were we before he came?
Let's let someone else speak. Otherwise, we're going to be going back and forth, and the show ends.
We just want to create a narrative, and I'm happy they've come out all day.
IBC, are you enjoying the debate? That's why we're here. Are you enjoying the debate?
I love it.
Thank you. Just come down. Let's bring in someone else. Tabejo, come in. What do you think?
Yes, I'm man Tabejo.
Then I'll bring in the New York guy the moment Tabejo is done. And Tabejo, please show your ID before you speak. Is he there?
That would be funny if he's not.
Oh, come on, Tabejo.
Tabejo, what are you doing to us? Okay, let's go to the New York guy. Okay, go ahead, Tabejo. We're waiting for you. He even wants to come on camera. Okay, go ahead, Tabejo. Shoot for it.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Your ID.
To be honest, I'm so tired of many coaches.
Go ahead.
I said it. To be honest, I'm so tired of many coaches because under Graham Potter, we said, Graham Potter, under Tuchel, we say Tuchel's not playing Ziyech. Ziyech should get more time. Now under Graham Potter, Ziyech should not play for Chelsea. It doesn't deserve to be here. For example, everyone is complaining about the subs. So do you think Graham Potter should play the players 90 minutes every time, and when they get injured, our own fan base, they'll call him out? I'm so tired of getting excuses. I said it before. Our preseason was bad. From preseason until now, we've been shit. You have to be honest. And then Thomas Tuchel, I'm going to talk about Thomas Tuchel because since every time we talk about Graham Potter, someone brings Thomas Tuchel's name. From Thomas Tuchel, he had a chance to fix some of our issues, but he didn't. He kept Aspilicueta without buying new right back. He didn't help us getting a creative midfielder, and we let go of Rudiger and Christensen. We didn't make our team better. Wesley Fofana, yes, I wanted him, but again, it's always injured. We got him undermanned. Thomas Tuchel. Also, Koulibaly is not helping us out. But now you're busy complaining every time when you lose. Oh, Thomas Tuchel. Let's bring Di Matteo. Why don't we bring Di Matteo then? Because Thomas Tuchel is the greatest manager. He won us the Champions League. Let's get Di Matteo then, because he also won us the Champions League. I'm so tired. Every time we lose or we draw, Thomas Tuchel. Tuchel is not here.
So
I'm so tired.
Specifically, I know you're tired. That's why you're coming before we ask you a question, you run away. Can I ask you this?
It's tired defending Potter. I sympathize with these people.
Can I ask you this, Tabejo? You know quite well. I know Potter stays at least till the end of the season. You know quite well I want him to succeed. You know quite well I have questions, a lot of questions regarding Potter's tactical ability. But I understand it wouldn't make any difference to start going Potter out. And I've also argued on his behalf that.
Can I ask, Coach, why?
I'm coming.
Why? What do you mean? Are you an entitled idiot?
The question I want to ask you.
Hold on, IBC.
I'm coming. Can we talk one by one?
I don't want to hear no sport fickle shit, bro.
Can we talk one by one, please? And let's watch the language. Otherwise, the video it's going to be demonetized. The question I want to ask you, the comments you're hearing that he won't take a season again, they will give him more than a season, like give him 5 seasons or so. I don't know how long that's mentioned. That's normal. Whenever a manager is under pressure, or whenever we sense a manager is under pressure, usually, again, I get it, they will give him time. Usually the club does, again, they do come out again, or the hierarchy or those in charge, again, they do come out and say, we back the manager. even in most dire, in the most dire situations, they do come out and say, "We're back to manager," but usually that's usually not a good sign, which means they see the manager is under pressure, which means they are quite recognize things isn't going. Again, things aren't going the right direction. Do you think that's good for Potter? Do you think what you're seeing right now, do you think, again, Potter gets like how long they're saying? What we're hearing from, who was that? Was it David Austin? That they're going to give him, I don't know how long. Roger, how long did he mention?
So what the article was reported to have mentioned, it was years as in plural, not singular. They didn't specify a numeric amount.
Okay, so which means it could be 2 seasons, 3 seasons, 4 seasons.
Don't you wish Potter had this much passion that we're showing in the show? I'm just kidding.
There are a lot of fans.
I wish, man. The guy
in that 4 years, you know.
Yeah. So just quickly, again, let's talk one by one.
4 years, you know.
Again, you know, you've dropped 3 times. This is Taberho's time, and we'll have to bring in the New York guy. But before I do that, please, again, this quickly says again, by the time Potter has this squad cooking, they will be old enough to join our North London retirement again home. You know what he means by that. We're going to get into that. And here is the link to my brother's YouTube channel. Please make sure to go check it out. Subscribe. Let him know Coachella sent you. Again, let's get him to 2,000. He's come beyond 1,000, and he deserves that. Again, let's get him to 2,000 as soon as possible. So, again, Taberho, you go ahead. Your thoughts. Again, do you think he gets, again, no matter how he performs? I get it. IB's is saying even if we get relegated, I know he didn't mean it. He knows we're not going to get relegated, but that's extreme, really. Which means no matter how badly I'm
saying the worst this year, nothing's going to happen. The worst.
Okay, yeah, I know it's not going to happen, but
nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, so go ahead. Let's let Taberho talk.
But it should happen.
Yeah, Taberho, go ahead.
I'd rather give a new manager an extended preseason than let Potter try finish his season.
All right, let's let Taberho talk. Taberho, go ahead.
Come on, he said.
Hey, Taberho, I've been waiting. Come on, bro. Talk.
Remember, Coach, I said it like I'm gonna judge Graham Potter.
Just quickly. Congratulations, guys.
I'm gonna
judge. We've made it to 10,001 subscribers, which means tomorrow we're doing $100 giveaway for students.
Congratulations.
Strictly students. Congratulations to us. We're there now. Let's shoot for 20,000. I'm greedy. Well, I'm getting greedy now. We're strong enough to get there as a community. So you go ahead, Taberho.
Yeah, I said it, Coach. I'm gonna peg Grandpa until end of the season, and then it's up to the board to evaluate everything, and then they'll decide. I said that saying Grandpa out or in won't make sense because they won't sack him now. But again, now we have new directors. They'll have to think about it and decide whether they sack him or not. And also, again, what I love about Matt, when Thomas Tuchel was doing bad, he was always saying, Tuchel out. Now Grandpa is doing bad. He says Grandpa out. We're gonna get a new manager. Still gonna say that manager out. Like, what is this? Can we change? Can we try to build something? Every time we do bad, this coach out.
Let's let him drop. Let's let him use his time. And usually, and if you pay attention, whatever we say gets late to him. So the more a lot of people talk, the more it will get him confused. So go ahead, Taberho, you drop. Okay. I don't know if it takes like a year to get to him. But again, Taberho, are you there? If you're there, please, we're waiting for you to complete that. We're waiting. All right, let's move on from Taberho. It's probably at work. Let's go to the New York guy.
Wait, hold on. I just wanted to add to his point, innit? I just wanted to add to his point there, yeah? I don't talk about managers, innit? I couldn't care less what the next man did. But one thing I knew that my old gaffer used to do, he used to put players under the bus. He used to call them out. He used to call them out in public, which I knew which was part of the rift in which was the cause of a division in the club.
You're talking about Moore, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so go ahead. You're talking about Mourinho.
I'm talking about TT. I'm talking about TT.
Oh, TT did that too. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm talking about
go ahead.
Not taking ownership on yourself, but putting it on the responsibility of those that you manage publicly. That's not a good sign. I don't see this gaffer do it. I see him taking the flak. He will take the flak. Oh yeah, well, and but it's whatever. I just want to just put that point across. We moving it.
I don't think he took the flag. He said it was all down to luck. and you got the other extreme here, IBZ. You got a coach that is hugging these players too much, right? You have the other one telling you everything's all right.
It's all opinion. It's all opinion.
Hesitant. Let me go to the New York guy. Okay.
No, it's not opinion, because you said TT threw players under the bus, but this manager goes, the players gave it everything. We have a really bad performance, and he said the players gave it all. They gave it everything. They did everything you could have expected, and we played well. And when we didn't, right? This guy lies and protects his players. That's called hugging.
So
you know what I mean?
The same players that were scrutinized under Tuko should be scrutinized under another gaffer.
Those same players played better. They played better. They performed better with scrutiny.
All right, let's move on.
That's what you're saying. If you're saying which method's better.
Come on,
all right, let's
the
move
scrutiny.
on again.
You make it out like the scrutiny was every week, right? But Tuchel got this
more or less.
It wasn't every week, right? But these players showed up. You know what? Hold on. His players showed up for him at least, right? There is no one showing up for Potter. Tell me which player has become better.
All the kids are showing up.
Keshan, are you ready to talk?
All the new signings.
If I leave you on IBC,
all the new signings are doing well. That's right.
Going back and forth.
Okay, let's stop. Let the New York brother go.
Let the New York guy, please. Keshan, come in, brother. We're waiting for you.
Yo. All right, guys. Big up.
Yeah. Can you up your mic a bit?
All right. Hello. Is that good?
It sounds better, brother. Again, I'm sorry again. The debate is enjoyable, but unfortunately, if we leave the Clan and IBZ, that's the two guys we listen to today.
We're like the Houses of Parliament.
Yeah. Don't take a deep breath. We're going to jump in.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Keshan. Your thoughts again. What do you think? Again, let me say maybe phrase it differently for you. How much time is enough time, and what do you think happens that he loses his job before the end of the season? I know you've heard again. They want to give him again more than just a season, like a plural to be precise. But I don't know what the plural what defines that plural in question. To me, again, it depends on how well we do, because they're never gonna come out and say, look, we're concerned. No matter how badly the team does, they're not going to come out openly, except if it's gone already. They're not going to come out as long as it's still here and say, we're concerned really about the direction the team is going. It's never going to happen. It will always be, we're behind him 100% to see if that will help change things around. But the floor is yours. What do you think? How much time is enough time? And what do you think happens by the time, again, for him to lose his job at any time? Go ahead.
All right, so I think the only way he's losing his job is if, one, we get relegated, and two, if Pep Guardiola wants the job. Those are the only reasons why Potter's going to get sacked.
Do you know IBZ, and do you guys?
Yeah, you guys aren't like brothers or anything?
You let us know. But go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead, Keshan.
So anyways, they're going to give him another season to see what he can do. We still have to get rid of the dead players on this team. Like, they're still here.
How many dead players do we still have? How many players do you think are really the reasons why we're still struggling? How many of them would you say we still have?
There's at least 5, and then you got Zakaria and Conte who's injured, and you got who else? Sterling who's hurt.
All right, but go ahead. More importantly, again, I want your thoughts. Go ahead.
Can you name? No. Can you name the players that we're going to get rid of? All of them.
Nah, because it's going to open another can of worms. Let me just finish first. Let me finish.
No, because those players might be staying. Because you said we got to get rid of the dead players before Potter could do anything.
Let him land, my brother.
At least open up his point.
All right, let me finish first.
Let him finish.
So, we still have to construct the roster. The roster is not fully constructed at this point in time. And I didn't agree with Potter's subs during last game, but it's like, who else are you going to put on? Conte and Zakaria was out, so who else are you going to put in the midfield? Gallagher and Mount. I bet when those two come back, you're not going to see those guys play. And I bet when Sterling comes back, you're not going to see Ziyech play. So like everyone's complaining and stuff.
The two players again. Did Ziyech start the last game? No.
No, he didn't.
The players that started the last game, who amongst them do you consider deadwood?
The players that started last game?
Yeah, who amongst them do you consider deadwood?
Havertz. But I only call him deadwood because he doesn't fit on this squad. I could see him play on another squad and be good. I just don't think this situation, his run with Chelsea, I don't think it was good, and he should start over elsewhere. That's my opinion. I don't think he's terrible, but like he's just not working here.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Is he late?
Okay.
Do you think he's leaving, or just what you were saying?
I mean, he could come off the bench, but like.
Okay, so not one of the players that have to leave.
Yeah? I would prefer him to go though, so we could try someone else.
And that's your opinion.
I don't know, but Potter picks him over other players. That's the difference.
Okay, just quickly. Apparently, again, from PlayStation, I'm not entitled to my opinion. I just have to let everybody voice their own opinion without counter arguing. Coach, again, do you have a problem with people asking to support Potter? Why do we have a show? If I'm here to just say, okay, he wants to support, but then I should just ask the questions and not contribute. I don't know where your argument is coming from. And specifically, can you say what argument in particular you're referencing? Yeah, I don't get it, because it seems you're saying because it seems like with the way you argue against people's opinion, does that make sense what you said? Again, I know you're smarter than this because I read your other contributions in the chat. Does that make does that make sense to you? This what you just posted? I'm just asking. And again, with all due respect, I'm not sure where you're going. You're just trying to scapegoat me for arguing, for presenting my opinion and arguing against somebody. Even again, the person I argued against is enjoying it. Roger, again, you have anything to say to this? Have I argued like I don't know, Roger? Let me bring you in.
What sort of the comments say? He saved Mountain Kai. He's definitely a Pulisic fan. Why do I have to be a fan of these players? Like that's the weird thing with everyone.
Exactly.
Everyone's a fan of certain players.
People
like, why
are entitled to your opinion. Now, what if I say your opinion is wrong? What if I see what you wrote is wrong? That I don't know. Roger, you have anything to say to this comment on the screen?
Listen, for the most part, I would say 99% of the time that you present your opinion, I think it's respectful. I think it's logical. I think you're open-minded. I think like if I tell you 2 + 2 is 4, but you argue it's 4.25, and then we present the facts that it's 4, I think you're very open to say, yeah, good point. You don't have an agenda in that part. So I don't find that a valid argument at all, from my experience with you.
And again, he says, Coach, you haven't made any comment about who you think is right.
Coach,
no,
Coach,
it's not up to me. I just present my own opinion.
Yeah, which you're entitled to.
It's not up to me to decide who's right and who's wrong. No,
you're entitled to that, just as we all are, of course.
Yeah, but I can't say you're wrong or right. You have your opinion, I have mine. We're not. Here's the thing: I can argue that if he loses 5 games in a row, he loses his job. I don't know that.
No, it's an assumption.
The owners know what they're doing, but I can say, being logical, I can say. They will never come out and say, we're getting tired of Potter losing games or the team performing as they do.
You would hope not.
Yeah, again, I would get now.
Unless the clerk bought the team.
Well, but that's by the way, again, anybody's the client, you can come on, please, let's move on. Again, you're entitled to your argument, and you know I love you, PlayStation, so express yourself, brother. But I don't have the right to say anybody is wrong. All right, I have the right to present my own argument, my own opinion, except when we're talking about facts, when we're talking about something that's out there, then we can bring it on and you tell somebody they're wrong. But all we're doing is presenting our opinions from our own perspective with IBZ, Roger, Bobby, the New York guy, the Clad. All is our opinions in this case, whether he stays or not, is our opinion because we're not the owners. You go ahead again, New York guy. You done, bro? Kashan, you still talking?
No, I have a few more points. So yeah, so Declared was like, he still starts Havertz and stuff. Yeah, I agree with that. I wanted Fofana to start, but there's other things that go on. Maybe he doesn't think Fofana's ready yet, and you got to remember, Broya's injured. We have Lukaku, who's just around. He's just like a thorn in our butts. Like we gotta get rid of them. There's still some things we gotta do with this club. And I don't think
it could be a possibility that you have a disagreement with him because he might rate Havertz and you don't. That's
true.
the other thing.
It's a possibility.
I want Fofana to play too, or at least have more games. Give him a chance to still that spot. I don't think he's getting it, and I don't get what's happening with Aubameyang too. Like, you bring back Ziyech, but you're going to cut out Aubameyang. I kind of feel like these decisions aren't probably made from him.
Well, Ziyech and Aubameyang play two different positions, one, and Pulisic and Sterling is out, so that's why.
No, I get that. I mean the players that he doesn't want.
Legs, mate. He doesn't have the legs to press.
No, he doesn't want Aubameyang, so he cuts him out from the squad. Yes, so Ziyech, he didn't want Ziyech in the squad, so he's willing to sell him. But something happened, he couldn't leave.
Ziyech wanted to leave, and he has done prior to him coming, actually. So you can't.
Well, let's say it's mutual. Yeah, Potter doesn't see him in his team, and that's why Ziyech wants to leave.
Based
right?
on the fact that he's wanted to leave for quite a considerable amount of time.
Yeah, but we got just we got to understand. We got a new manager. If Potter valued him, he would be part of the squad and be playing more. So he didn't. He doesn't see him in the squad, so he's happy to let him go. All of a sudden, one signature doesn't happen, and he's in the team and he's on the starting lineup. All of a sudden, something changes, like as if he has to make it up to the guy. Right? This is what I mean by trying to make it happen.
Well,
no, it's not about that. It's about man management.
But why didn't he play him before he left?
Declerk, it's about rotation.
He was playing.
You have.
He was not playing.
Roger, are you calling him the clack or the class?
Ziyech was playing before.
Seriously,
how many games was Ziyech playing?
Let's talk one by one, please. I think we'll have to move on from this part of topic.
You need to rotate people. You can't just not play anyone for the longest period of time, or play everyone every minute of every
We're out of every
game.
competition now. What are you talking about, Roger?
Say that again.
We got so many injuries. What are you rotating? It's pretty easy to pick a squad, and he still didn't pick Ziyech. This is the thing, right? He was ready to let him go. He didn't see him part of the squad, but all of a sudden he does
wingers? Now. Right now, we only have 3 because the rest are injured. We have Madueke, Mudryk, and Ziyech.
He threw him out as a winger yesterday, so he can make shift. He can adjust the formation too, which has been every game.
Starting as our winger before the previous game. He's been starting as our winger.
So he didn't need to take off the wingers, right?
Not because he was good or whatever when he was playing okay, because that's all we had. That's it.
All right. Let's move on from this particular topic. People blatantly ignoring. We were bottom of UEFA Champions League when Potter joined, and we beat AC Milan twice and finished top. All Potter again. All.
Nah, it's not Potter. It was great. It was Thomas Tuchel did all of that.
No. It was a depleted.
Just get the comments, so we'll move on from that topic.
It was AC Milan B team. And we played so bad. That was the one game I berated, right? And everyone jumped on me.
Roger will support you on this one. Let's move on, please. Let's move on from that. Again, all Potter again, by the way, but apparently we've seen nothing positive since he joined. You got to give him the UEFA Champions League run, whether he beat AC Milan C team or D team. That, by the way, he was the manager when we beat them. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't. Roger, I'm waiting to hear you say here.
Indeed.
Because I just used your language.
Are you going to give Roger a little hammer as well?
Let me see. This stream again is partial. To be honest, again, allow people air out their opinions of whether Potter in or Potter or out. Why are you against? What are you? Here's the thing. Again, I'm going to leave you because you're just airing your opinion. But I think, honestly, if I put a poll out, again, you get a few, but I think I'll beat you hands down in terms of what you say. You're just accusing me of something I'm not. Or maybe you're just pushing me to continue reading your comment. And again, if that's what you're going to say next, I'm going to skip it. Maybe you're not paying that. You don't need a debate. Maybe if everybody says Potter is doing well and I say yes, then you like me. And then maybe you enjoy the show better. I'm not here to feed you whatever you want to hear. I'm here to make, again, a sensible argument, except if we're dealing with something that's out there that is a fact. And this is the last time I'm going to talk about this with you. Continue, stay there, express yourself the way you want. But if this is the kind of comment you're going to be making, it just looks like it's an attack right now because you're dead wrong. And I'm sure everyone else in the chat knows you're wrong. Even IBZ that I argue with enjoyed the debate. And it makes sense. So I don't know Do I have to agree with you before you enjoy the show? If that's what makes you enjoy the show, it's not going to happen. I don't have to agree with you. I don't owe you that. Please, I'm not going to talk about that again. I'll skip your comments whenever I see them. Honestly. Oh my goodness, the language here, I don't think it's okay.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, I don't think it's okay. And again, if this guy uses such language again, I don't care how long he's been visiting this channel, please ban him. You mod, you have every right. Let me give him that chance. Again, I'm not here, and you're not paying me. I'm not here to say Potter is good for you to be happy, if that makes sense. Again, let's move. Let's see what we have here again. What else we have? What else was? Okay, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, people. Again, let's come back to the panel. Anybody else? One last again. Anybody want to say anything else regarding the Potter talk?
Nothing, coach. Nothing.
Roger, you have anything else to say?
I was making light of that comment that the guy was saying, innit?
Honestly, listen, this is my honest opinion. As I think it was a couple of days ago.
What time you started, Roger?
I could be wrong. I could be right. But I'm under, thanks, mate. I could be under the serious impression that unless obviously the wheels come off the wagon, assuming that there is incremental improvement, and I use that term loosely, that I believe that they're going to give him at a minimum 2, possibly 3 years of even being outside of the Champions League. I really do. Because I think that they're looking into a project. They're buying into a project that they're looking medium to long term, not short term. And this is very much symptomatic of an American culture of ownership in the United States. They're more patient for the most part than, shall we say, UEFA or EPL owners, especially our ownership historically. That goes without saying. And that's why I believe that this ownership will go forward. I really do.
Have
and
you
just quickly
experienced
again, this one to everyone in the chat. You people are on fire. The conversation going on there, I just can't get everything. If I do that again, that's the only thing we'll do for the rest of the day. But it's on fire. Good conversation. Just keep it civil and watch your language. Again, respect everybody. If you disagree, present your counter opinion. It's as simple as that. Most cases, it's opinion based, except if there's a fact out there to reference. Go ahead.
As long as we all agree de Klerk is wrong, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, de Klerk. Go ahead. I'm with you, de Klerk.
Just joking, mate.
I'm going to start declaring some things.
Go on.
Roger, you like I'm saying, you probably watch more than all of us here. Have you experienced the transition and what it was like with other clubs? Not Chelsea, not so much, because I mean a modern day transition, moving to a new squad, and what it entails. I mean, there's got to be a manager can't have immunity just because we're in transition.
No, of
right?
course,
I want to make that clear, because a lot of talking points in defense of Potter is who we're going to get, or he's on the 5-year contract, and or the ownership going to give him this much time, right? Yeah. I don't care about that. My issue is, do we have the right manager to do this transition, right? He didn't have to get Champions League, right? But he had to show me something at least, and show us something. And I'm pretty sure he has to show, right, that the board actually picked the right guy. Just because they gave him a contract, just because they thought they got the right guy, doesn't give him immunity, right? And he had to show something. This was not a throwaway season, a nothing season, so he can get away with anything. And for people to say, he had to get relegated, to say how impossible, but at one stage we were closer to relegation than the top of the ladder, and probably still now there is, and even top 4. I think we're top 4 now, just closer. But you can understand that this season, the reason Arsenal are on top too, there's a lot of poor teams. Arsenal wouldn't be on top if this was a Liverpool, Man City type of season that we've seen in the past.
No.
Do you know what I mean? The other issue I had is we were given the luck that Potter was talking about. That luck, we were given so much luck. Newcastle, man, everyone above us dropped points. If we only put a string of games together, right, we would have been closer to the top 4. We would have been like 5th or 6th, right?
I'll be back in just a minute. Go ahead, Tobago.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Declan.
Don't dare call me Tobago.
Oh my god.
Good one.
What's Tobago saying?
No,
To be honest.
Yeah, go on.
You can go
I
on.
hear what you're saying, Declare, but there's context to everything. Like,
yeah,
I feel like
there is. And if you heard me earlier today,
time, my bro. That is why
like,
they're giving him
no
time,
situation.
no,
is the same
I was
as the
hoping you guys heard
situation
me
we were in
before
right
because
now.
I kind of I broke it down to what I actually wanted, you know, and I don't think you said it's all I wanted was him to start picking his squad, the players that he did want, and start doing a way of how he wanted to play and how he's gonna have that teach that players, all the players that he wants to play, the way they roll, and you know, and it's almost like a what do you call it? I'm not going to call it Hunger Games. It is almost Hunger Games because the amount of players that were coming in, right?
Yeah.
They're not all going to break out. They're not all going to fulfill their potential. And even if half did, they're the ones that are going to be our foundation for the next, I don't know, decade. You can say almost the core of our team.
Injuries, I don't think it would have been this problem. It would have been.
No, but what I'm getting at, I busy and everyone else that was saying it. I agree with the way you guys describe on how a manager should get time and the transition, right? My issue is that I don't think we have the right man for that. I want to.
But don't you think
and the other thing too. Yeah. It might be too early if he did it somewhere else. Like for example, if Pep was doing this right now,
so you would never throw a Potter in person from the day one. Is that what you're saying? That's what it sounds like to me. Is that
I was questionable.
Yeah. I get it.
No. Actually, you know what? I was more Potter in because I thought this was his thing. Like him with young players, I thought this was his strength, right? Building a team. So I thought Potter building a team was more his area expertise, not winning titles. I felt that's where he might lack, and I was kind of okay with that.
Hard for him? You don't think the kids are playing for him?
Yeah. No. Regardless, I thought that he was going to get the best out of our young players, right, and get to a point where the trophy, like they're ready to win trophies, and then if he couldn't do that, that's when we sack him and we get a manager that is more for that. No, I'm talking about in like after 3 seasons or something like that.
I thought you were expecting that like where we got it.
No. No, it's kind of what it takes. That's basically what a transition is. You know what I mean? It takes. Okay. We're on transition with roids now with the amount of money we spend, but usually it takes something like 3 seasons. The recruitment age is around 23, and then after 3 seasons, the average age becomes about 26, and that's when a lot of players start to hit their peak, and that's when you're kind of a bit more trophy ready, and that's when you try to go for every competition after that, and that sets you up for till these players get old. And then you do it all again. That's really the cycle. Not many Chelsea fans have experienced, but that's what happens usually at other clubs, right? Okay. Now, that's why I think this time is crucial, because if we start trusting the wrong person and he can't get that best out of it, then we've wasted so much time and we'll probably ruin some of his potential, and we're going to be stuck with his play. Like we could be. What I'm saying is, giving the wrong manager the extra time that you're talking about could be detrimental, and we suffer for the next 5, 6, like because we have to spend money to get out of it.
But conversely, chopping and changing.
No, that's the debate. I think he's the wrong manager with the things that he's doing now.
Who would have been the one to bring these kids up?
Yeah, who would have been the it was that one question there. Who
does he have to be available or?
Well, let's just be subjective.
Everyone's available for the right price.
For the right price. Okay, so we sack Potter tomorrow and we bring in. What would you expect that new manager to do that Potter had failed and Tuko had failed in that same season? What would you expect the new gaffer to do?
And who would you?
I expect the new gaffer to establish the way he wants to play.
Let's Declare, answer the question. Let's move on from this one.
Declare,
just take a minute. Answer that particular question.
Consider the new
that IBC just asked you. IBC, you want to add to it?
Yeah, I'm adding to it now. Consider the new money that was spent. Okay. Consider the amount of players that are on the roster, and if you put your expectations for the new gaffer coming in to replace Potter, what would you expect?
I expect him to instill the way he wants to play from the get-go, because we not only got new players, we've got half a team that haven't been set in the ways. You know, like there's nothing left. They're not from Tuko's, they're not from Sarri's or like Lampard's reign. So they're fresh, right? So it's perfect for a manager to come in and show the way he wants to play and have and pick his best 11, like to cycle the team and see who he wants to keep, who's not. And then with whatever he's missing, we buy in the preseason, right? And then we build on that. I want to see something built off that. If Potter came in and said, you know what, we're going to play like this, boys, right? I want to play like this, and we're going to perfect this way of playing. This is how I play. This is what I know, right? And we do it. And then I look at it and I say, yeah, this player can do it well. This player can't do it well. And he's going to get better, and we can see it. And then I watch football like that, right? So then when I can see, you know what, we're missing this puzzle, and this piece, and once it comes together, we're going to be great, right? That's how when I would back a manager, and that's what I've done, right? It's kind of like with Tuko.
You like to see it, kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll give you an example with Tuko that you guys experienced when we won the Champions League. For us, the puzzle looked like we just needed a striker. Right, and then we just said once we got a striker, we were confident that we're going to challenge the title, right? Because that's how the puzzle looked for everyone. Yeah. But it showed deficiencies in midfield and you know, in depth in the wing backs and stuff like that, right? So so then I knew that once Tuchel, if this is the way he wanted to keep playing, right? If he got the right players in those positions, we'll start clicking, especially if we got a midfielder and whatnot, right?
Correct.
You even saw that. What I'm saying, I want to see that we're starting from the base of that. But
who's
Potter should have started already.
Take us forward then, Declerc. Please answer me.
Okay, I heard that still.
Regardless of availability. No, come on, let's be serious. Who do you want?
What?
I'm dying to know.
That he can grab tomorrow?
He wants Jesse Marsh.
Listen, everyone is available for the right price.
Oh, that's an actual nightmare that might happen.
Who do you want?
Hey, Bolly might back his American boy and bring Jesse Marsh.
All right.
Hansi Flick would be great.
Let's kill this topic.
That we can grab tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, okay, regardless of availability, who do you want?
Klopp could be available. Are you talking about ultimate pick?
Yeah, your ultimate. Listen, everyone, regardless of under contract, is available. You know.
Can we cross that bridge when we get there?
No, I want to.
No, we're actually there.
I want to hear. Who do you want as a manager, regardless of availability?
The club thinks we're at the bridge already. We're not at the bridge yet. Go ahead, Roger. Sorry.
There's more to the. I actually would like.
Regardless of a contract, name the person, male or female, or hermaphrodite that you want as a coach for Chelsea. Simple as that.
Pep, but I actually think we have the players for Klopp. I think if Klopp came in, he would adjust. But some more realistic options, Hansi Flick would actually be great as well.
And again, just quickly, one more
nonsense
thing.
Manager.
Yeah, go ahead. Just drop. Let's move on from this topic.
Yeah.
All right. Again, congratulations to us once more. We made it to 10,000 subscribers right now. It has 10,005 subscribers. Well, to all of us, I couldn't do it alone. You know that quite well. So congratulations to us. As promised, the next day, which is tomorrow, we'll do a $100 giveaway for students strictly. You have to prove that you're a student to get it.
I'm a student of
right. You can just prove just prove it. So again, we'll do that tomorrow. Just a way of thanking the community. I'm sure again the channel got enough from your support. This again, it's only. Again, I want to give that back to you guys. I might decide that it's going to be more actually, but I'll look at what the channel pulled in the past month to decide how much it's going to be in total. But again, much thanks to you. We'll continue growing. We're at 105 likes already. And unfortunately, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom in a bit to get everything, I'll get as much as I can. On the way down, then we move to the next topic. If you haven't, keep dropping the likes. Let's get it to 150 likes at least by the time the show ends. I think we'll have about an hour plus or so. But this one, again, big congrats to all of us and Mitch and to everyone. If I haven't said hello to you right now. Here's my opinion on Potter out again with the team again we have and the schedule we have in the short term. If we go under under 500? I'm not sure
Yes,
what that means.
500. That means under less than 50%. It's an American expression. If you go under
okay.
500.
Hey, okay, I've lived here for more than a decade and I didn't even know that.
Okay. They use that a lot in sport.
Coach,
Isn't that a betting term?
I don't bet. If that's the case, I don't bet. So maybe it's a term that those that are into betting understand quite well.
Decimal.
Nah, that's
decimal
what they
points.
say in the States.
You're saying I should know that? Maybe it's something that's very common in New York. The most I've lived is New Jersey and Las Vegas.
California. Come on.
Yeah.
But that's why, well, let's move on. I don't know everything. I'm sure that's a term I'll use. I'm sure even the New York guy wouldn't know because it's not like this, the New York slangs. It differs for every state. You know that. It's called, again, honestly, again, IBZ, this should be sold. Okay, let's see. I'm going to get to the very bottom. Throwing Potter under the bus would be a bad idea. Again, I may even stick in reverse. See how he started it. You're not a nice guy, and I want to go to heaven. Stop writing such so that I can read it. Let's see what we have again. Greetings, bro. Congrats for the 10K. Congrats to you two, to us, all of us. Phil R7, thank you. I appreciate that. Again, your remote, stop behaving like you're one. I've seen this. If we have time enough, we'll address it. We'll have topic scheduled that we're supposed to talk about it. He says, let's talk about full tactic again, the way how we need to play and instructions against Dortmund. Yeah, that's when we do when we do the not the pregame show. When we do the preview, which we'll do tomorrow with Tuesday, that's when we talk about all those things. Then thank you for saying this. I'm gonna remember to ask the question, how do we approach that game to beat a Dortmund, if that makes sense to you? Maybe you can stop posting that, but I'm sure you posted it like 100 times now. I'm over again. The project, again, they started wrong, and money isn't going to get it right. And I think I saw, sorry if I didn't mention your name then, I saw my brother Emperor. Emperor, big up to you. Sorry. Again, I got it. I have a lot going on. Sorry, I didn't get that. Apologies to you. And hello to Dan. Hello to everyone else that I haven't said hello to. Martin, big up, bro. I still remember you. You pushed us to look at the statistics of Enzo Fernandez. We did. And again, he made it a delicious show. So thank you to you. Michael Jew Adebayo, thank you to you. Again, name the Deadwood, bro. Ow, I'm like a zillion years behind. So I'm just going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies to you. Let me see what else do we have. That, oh my goodness, I'm like 1,000 years behind. And Oladipo, is this the first time I'm seeing you here? Oladipo. I know, like Oladipo Meso says again, Porter cannot take the team anywhere until he takes charge. He's a weak guy, and players don't respect him. Again, it's obvious even from his press conference. Wow, that's some statement there.
How they know that?
Yeah, maybe let me let his lawyer come in. Roger, what do you think of this comment?
Talk about being highly subjective.
Why are you laughing, Declan? He's the rightful person to bring in.
You said that you hear the deep breath he took? Yeah, he's overworked. He's 2 o'clock on some overtime today.
And don't respect him. Well, that's obviously your opinion, sir, but I politely beg to differ.
I don't know.
That's quite actually derogatory. I mean, listen, you can critique his, tactical acumen, his decision in substitutes, however you want to term it, his formation, whatever, his player selection. But you can't. I mean, I don't see where the character assassination bears any fruit here. I mean,
it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't at all.
It doesn't even.
No, I think it's too far, really.
Yeah,
it's too far.
Can we say it's got a soft touch without being offensive?
I think we can safely assume that.
Where do you see the players not respecting?
But no, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Saying Potter cannot take the team anywhere until he takes charge, that's okay. That's fine. Yeah. Actually, he has right to say that. But once he gets to he's a weak guy, I don't think it's necessary, really.
And the players don't respect him. That's unfounded.
But forget about the players don't respect him. He can say that, but calling somebody a weak guy based on how you perceive him to handle the team, I don't think it's necessary. But that's my argument.
But the player comment is still unfounded because there is no sign of that, whether it's overtly or otherwise. It's simple as that. So it's obviously the person doesn't like him and is probably De Klerk's stepbrother or something. I don't know. I have no idea.
The Clash Gang. Potter being limited again at this entire, and again, more importantly, Oladipupo, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. You're welcome. But I tell you this, you don't really have to do this for me to get your comment. That's how we operate here. Potter's been limited this entire time due to injuries. That's a solid argument. And I've always said it's important to always factor the fact we have a village of injured players. But that doesn't cancel out the questions I have over him as a manager, because it is from a tactical perspective, not really the players he has injured. That can also, again, you could say, impact the team performance, if that makes sense. So I agree with that. I want Hansi Flick. He's still the German national team coach. He hasn't lost his job. And that the fact that I know he was at the stadium during one of our games, maybe, that argument, or maybe that call for him to be hired stems from there, if that makes sense. He already did again, but okay, that's something I don't know. Again, Daesh, Hütten are the only managers who could bring us back again from the championship. Chris Hütten, you think? Okay, yeah. Let's see again. Graham Potter had 2 weeks because of World Cup. Was it just 2 weeks?
It was 3.5, 4.
Yeah, nearly a month, because again, there's a few. Again, the league took a break. Again, even I think nearly a week before the World Cup started. So, but it doesn't. Again, there are a multitude of reasons that comes into the argument. I believe the owners will consider, if they start deliberating whether to let him go or not. They can count again too many new players, too many injuries. He can mid-season and all that. Those arguments they do come into play. But the fact remains, my strongest argument is that we should be doing better than we're doing. No matter, I get it, we have too many players injured. But that's, by the way, we were used to finish the product. So the problem here is accepting the direction we're taking. Rome wasn't built in one day. What we want is positive result. I understand, but can you stop mixing up this? If you're gonna stick to that, the other first actor stick to it, so I'm not confused. Potter cannot even beat relegation teams. You think? I guess you meant teams that cannot wait till we win the Champions League next season. We can still win in this season. Never say never. We're good enough to do that. I think Mourinho may be the solution. You think? I don't think so. As much as I see him as a tactical mastermind, he's not progressive enough. He's not that manager for me that can mix. You could say produce match winning. Produce you could say displays that's a mashup of entertainment and also the tactical nuance, or however you want to phrase it. He's not that man. He's a man that will always win at all costs. And that's it. But I want to move on from that. Again, congratulations to us all. So right now I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies, and try to get something here. Again, I thought the Cobra. Again, big up to you. I hope you're doing well. And Cobra says, trust the process. Let's trust the process, because the truth remains. That's why I say let's trust the process. You have every right not to trust the process. I'm saying trust the process. The truth remains. Again, we can whatever we think of Pot, that doesn't change anything. So again, let me just say again, I'd prefer saying follow the punch, so it won't hurt you that much. Just follow the punch so you don't get hurt that much. It hurts again maybe when things change. You follow the flow maybe. Last again, the same people saying Potter in right now will be calling for his head in a few months.
Hopefully,
everybody has the endurance. You could say endurance measure or endurance limit.
Conte and Zakario can come in and change this whole team around.
That's the truth. Even Conte alone, that's the truth.
Yeah, five players came in and didn't really change it a lot.
All right, because our problem was still the offense. Like our defense is stout.
Progression.
You are looking for instant.
No, I did.
Declared what?
No, the players played well, right? But the same coaching mistakes, the same.
No, it's the same mistakes we had since Tuko. We couldn't score. We couldn't finish. We couldn't finish.
Before Tuko.
Like, come on.
No, but Tuko had at least a great defensive record, yeah? Didn't he? Like
we're doing good on defense now.
Yeah.
We copped the goal from a relegation team.
All right. Again,
the goal that actually made it a draw.
Okay, United drew 2-2 at Leeds a few days
and
ago.
Arsenal got beaten by Everton.
Well, let me ask you, how are we actually playing? Like, what type of football we're playing? What structure? What philosophy? You guys know?
Yes.
Enlighten me.
Yeah.
Tell me. I got a pen and paper, Roger.
Yeah, sure. So shorthand, actually. So basically, it's an extension of Tuchel's system. There's very little to differentiate between their methodology. Yeah, there's a little bit more direct, especially now that
that's the only thing I've seen it again. That's the most pronounced.
It's very similar. It's dynamic.
I've seen that variation, but not every game. I saw that variation in the last game, and these boys just said,
"No, I think across the board,
that Tuchel was part of the problem in his system."
It's usually pronounced. So why would we against teams that don't defend deep? But once teams defend deep, it just seemed to us it's the same thing on the ground, Potter, with the way we played under Thomas Tuchel. Yeah. But if we have space, we're more direct than we were under Thomas Tuchel. But go ahead, Declan. I really want to.
So New York said that Tuchel's we had the same problem that Tuchel had, and if we're playing an extension of way Tuchel played, then obviously he feels maybe he might not agree with that. Where I'm saying is that yesterday we did play the same way of the extension of Tuchel. I said we played a back three, and people didn't. Modric and Reece James were nearly wing backs. Cucurella had a unique role that he was so poor in, right? Which was left centre back, which moves into the midfield, whatnot, and he made it poor. But we had a lot of chances, and we didn't do well. And the substitutes actually made us play worse. We actually played worse in the second half, and we got new players that are playing great.
25 minutes were good. But if you paid attention, we were still a bit lethargic. You could say passive, maybe. Go ahead.
So what I wanted was, all right, maybe Potter didn't have the players that he wanted, and now we got a whole. I'm assuming these are the players that he wanted, and now he's got all these players, and he's like, all right, how about we play that way? But no, we're not playing that way. We're playing the way he wanted to play, and I don't think some of these players fit this way.
Well,
that's why a lot of these
they got to still build chemistry, bro. They just got off. Enzo just got off the plane and stuff, and you expect him to.
Enzo played great. No, hold on. Enzo's a bad example for what you're trying to say because Enzo played great in the role he tried to.
Modric has been training with the team for a long while, actually.
We see their.
Do you think Modric's best role? Yeah. Do you think his best role would be kind of like a wing back, which Potter likes? Yeah, because you know who played there before.
Possibly, but I don't want us to get deep into that. We have other topics and we don't have too much time. Possibly because he needs space. Maybe if he starts operating from the wing back area, then he wouldn't wait for the ball to come from the likes of Cucurella or Benchua before he does his thing. Maybe that may well be the only solution on the ground, Potter. But go ahead, I'll let you drop so we can catch up what we have in the chat and move on.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the space is great. He's a fast player, right? What I'm saying is that maybe we could use him more in the attack, more involved. Those Havertz round were offside were risky for any striker, but he wants them to be made. They're going to be quick balls over the top, right? To catch any defensive line that are high up, right? So it's a risk of offside or not. So with people are saying, "Oh, Havertz needs to learn his run better," probably, but even the most experienced.
One of them, the defender stepped up where the actual ball was just about to be struck. He was on.
Yeah. It's a battle, Roger. Like you're battling with an offside trap to and trying to catch a high line. It's going to happen even to the best strikers.
All right. Please, I beg you guys. Let's move on. We have other topics to touch here. That's life. Okay, that's life. I get it.
Such is life.
Cucurella shouldn't start our game against Again. You said Cucurella couldn't start our games again, coach. It's not up to me. He's making Modric look bad. Let's see again, coach. Again, keep the good job. Thank you, Latif Khalid. I appreciate that, my brother. Again, it's not my first time, bro. Again, apologies. A lot of people on my Niger brother. I apologize again. Maybe you haven't joined for a while, or maybe you've never been in the chat. Or maybe I've missed your comment, but apologies. Again, usually I don't forget people like that. I know nearly everybody that participates in the chat, even comment on the videos. So apologies again. Thank you so much. I appreciate again your support. We cannot enjoy like every other football club fan brother. Again, we are going through
Satanic foul.
Not me. not me. Maybe you. I have to be honest. Not me. And he said it and started laughing immediately after saying that. It is you, not me. How many formation supporter tried? He should just stick with his Brighton system. If he goes back to his Brighton system, which means wingers playing in the wing back position, he did that predominantly at Brighton. Maybe again, if that's what's going to work, fine. And like we said, maybe that's what Mudryk needs to have all that space to operate. Again,
so coach, why didn't he stick from the get-go?
I don't know. And Roger will tell
no, because it does, you know what doesn't make sense? This is what I've been asking. If it was so close to the Tuko system, right? And just different roles, and plus he got Cucurella, who is one of the different roles. So you have someone that can adjust to how you want to play. We should have, this team, as bad as you think they are, should have comfortably adjusted, right, to the way Potter wants to play, because there isn't a lot of difference to the way Tuchel and his Brighton system, right? Only for some key areas, right? He should have stuck with it. He should have kept going, and his team should be playing better under that system if that's the way he wanted to play, right? There's something up if the players are playing a system that's kind of well known to him, and most of the roles are similar, right? And he could have stuck with it, and maybe the other roles that were a bit different can slowly come together. And even with his bad team, he should have been doing better. And with his influx of new players, it should have been great at this point in time. There's something more to it that he hasn't come to that.
It's called being decimated also.
All right. All right.
No, Roger, did we get injuries when he came in? Or the first month? He got the injuries after the World Cup.
Let's move.
Pretty much.
Conte was already out. Reece James was already out.
Yeah, where you coming
was
from?
already out.
All right. So no, Roger.
Wait, did Tuchel have Conte?
No.
Did Tuchel have Reece James?
He didn't have Fofana.
Yeah, the last time he had
hold on.
Reece James.
Let's move on from this. Roger, what's your response to that?
Hey, so we should have been performing as similar as last season because we have similar problems. Actually, you know what? We have Sterling this time round. We have Koulibaly, right? We have Fofana, right? We had 250 million worth of players, right? More than what Tuchel had. But we had similar problems. We probably should be, you know what? I'm not saying we should have been top 4, but at least Tuchel was first in December.
Last time.
You come in, Roger. So again, finally, if Roger speaks, we're moving on from this topic. Really.
Last time Chilwell and Reece James played together under Tuchel, they were top of the Premier League. Okay, so you can't go there. Okay, because listen,
I can't go there because
no, you can't.
We weren't 10th.
You're not being objective.
Let's move on from there.
It doesn't.
I'm saying, Roger, we shouldn't be 10th. You're trying to compare. We were first and we dropped to 4th and 5th.
We're actually 9th.
We're 9th, actually, to be pedantic. And by the way, there's no coincidence that the teams that are 9th and 10th both played the most amount of games last year in the top 5 leagues, or actually the whole of Europe. 63 games last year each. That's a reason why. It takes its toll. Okay, it's simple as that.
All right.
So we shouldn't have got a coach in. We should have just got a good doctor in.
Yeah. No matter again. Rogers again. Potter's lawyer.
And
plus
their coach
again, declared again the Potter out lawyer. Yeah, please, no matter what you see regarding that is the group you're representing, forget about it. I'm going to give those in the chat some audience, so we'll move on to the next topic, please.
Sure.
Potter's lawyer and Potter out lawyers, please, again, I know I have 2 Potter's lawyer here and 1 Potter out lawyer.
One's a prosecutor. What's the defense attorney?
Yes.
Listen.
For sure.
So please, whatever you see, don't mind it. Let me just read again, give them some audience, and then we'll move on to the next topic, please. I beg you. Again, it will go along with us because we don't have too much time left now. Sorry?
What is the next topic?
Again, we'll come up again. There's a few lined up. Maybe there isn't. If there isn't anything to talk about, then I'll just breeze through them, then we'll come back to the Potter argument. I know that's
come
where
up to
you're
Potter.
going.
Yeah,
I know you very well. Thiago Silva, again, as
All
a
roads
coach,
come back to
make
Potter,
it happen. I wouldn't mind us making him a player coach. Again, we should keep him beyond his playing career. He gives us that, you could say, edge over getting players from Brazil, because if Thiago Silva calls and say, yeah, look, you should come to Chelsea for this reason or the other, at least they will listen. Plus, again, if you can keep him, you can say, as a defensive coach, maybe that makes sense. The longer he stays, the more it will be easier for Badia Sheila, who's more equipped to take on that, again, the leadership in the defensive area for us. The better he becomes, the more he plays alongside him, or the more he's available to lead the way for him. Potter is clueless again, because he was sitting watching Cucurella 3 times and failed to shout at him to pass the ball to Mudryk. Potter is not fit. To me, again, the first part of the comment, Khalid, I like so much. Again, if it happens once, even after one time, again, I'm not going to start calling another manager's name. I expect him, at least that's me, to stand up and say, please next time pass this. Or even after the second one. But he didn't. Premier League, this Premier League, that, and with all this money invested, again, Roman and Eintracht Frankfurt win Euro trophies. Okay. I need the MI5. I need the MI5 to decipher that for me. Agreed that we had injuries again, but Potter's comments during press conferences does not demonstrate that he understands what it takes to manage a team like Chelsea. He easily make excuses of 4 players. Okay, that's him. That's his opinion. Where does everyone get the confidence from that we are better at FFP than City? Okay, let's see what else we have here. Let's keep Potter so Bolly is convinced enough to sack him next season. Again, this is no different from saying we don't have enough sample. Roger, do you agree with me? This is no different from what Brusque just said. It's no different from saying we don't have enough sample size, which was the reason why I think maybe they'd give him to the end of the season. So if they're gonna sack him, then I don't pray it gets to the point, because if it gets to the point that they have to sack him, it will mean that our club will be struggling to that point, if that makes sense. So
Coach, if the season ended today, gentlemen, I have news for you. If the season ended today, there's a strong, high probability he will be given at the very least till next Christmas, if not to the end of next season.
You agree? Least. It all comes down to how well the team does.
Yeah, of course it does. If we're losing 10-0 every game, then yes, of course. Obviously, we're going to bring some common sense into this equation. Yeah. So,
but why is it extreme? We're losing 10-0. Why is it we have to get relegated?
Because I'm being facetious here, because it doesn't bear.
Roger, what's a realistic minimum that you think the owners might change their mind?
I would say lower than the 15th.
All right.
That's what I'm telling you. We can miss the top 4 for the next 2 seasons, and I believe if
missing out top 4 is different to me, right?
Okay.
I expected
a couple of days ago that wasn't. That was unacceptable.
No, there is a financial miss there, and it could be a requirement, right, set on them, and we might need that money. I can understand that, yeah.
No,
but in terms of building a team,
you can generate revenue other ways. No,
I'm sorry. Says
but even at that's a lot.
I get it, but you're missing out on revenue, yeah.
Sponsors pay attention on how you're performing, but
yes,
can we move on from this topic? Honestly.
All I wanted to say is, listen, if we finish the end of the season where we are now, and if we progress, I'm talking about in our playing style, identity, whatever, as we have, then I'm telling you, he will last to the end of the season, and he will start, in all likelihood, next season, and probably the season after that. I think it's a strong assumption.
All right. Okay. Let's move on from this topic. Really, honestly, Roger, sorry if did I cut you off?
No, that's fine. And just, you don't have to agree with what they say, but it just, but it's a fact of the.
So I don't have to agree, right?
No, of course you don't. But
no, I know why I'm just re-emphasizing so that those in the chat know that's, again, we don't have to agree.
No, well, I would like you to, but doesn't mean you have to. But it's because of because it's a fact of they're looking long term. They don't have trigger fingers.
Yeah, all right,
Of
please.
course,
Please,
Roger. What I'm saying is that I agree.
For the last time, again, the clerk, like Roger will call you.
Order!
Yeah, please don't forget whatever I'm reading. I just want to give them some audience because we left them alone for a while. And at what point are we going to end up again in relegation if we keep playing at the same, poor and woeful rate? I'm not sure. I don't have an answer to that. Let me see what else we have. We are not going for relegation. We didn't buy all these players to get relegated. Again, IBC was just using that as a point of reference. Again, showing how badly we do before they decided to let him go. I don't think I know, but again, that's still extreme, really. Midfield brings wins. Again, I am tired of listening. Really, you have to say stupid things because we're not saying what you want. You don't call it stupid. Again, Eugene, I know you can do better than that, and you know I love you, brother. But you don't have to call everybody else's opinion stupid because they're not saying what you want. One of the biggest problems we have is we move the ball too slow across the field, which gives, again, every team a chance to crowd the midfield and cut off our chances of transitioning the play. Again, you could argue, again, that's the case, really, but I don't know why. The Clan has
I think that's chemistry.
Let's move on. Let me catch up with the chat. The Clan has certainly declared to pickpocket until Potter has nothing left in his coaching wallet. The Clan is officially, again, the lead lawyer for Potter our people. We know that. Everybody learned about that today. If you have any question as to why he wants Potter sacked or why he thinks Potter will get sacked, go to him. He will answer you. Let's be real. We played better than we did before. We started again first 25 minutes looked better.
Felix looked really good
in the previous game. Yeah, it looked again, but after that, it was downhill. Again, Oladipupo Nesole, my Niger brother, says that you are correct. I don't chat every day, but we improve henceforth. Thanks for all you do, bringing us together. Thank you so much for appreciating the panelists. Again, I couldn't do that alone because the foreign opinions, the foreign, you could say, perspective, give us the opportunity to come to sensible conclusion to most of us that are open-minded. Do I think the client is open-minded? I'd say no. Even though he's my friend and my brother. That's by the way. We at again 1 win in 14 games now.
I agree with that guy that wrote that message.
Which one?
His opinion about you. You don't let other people get their opinions out. You're suppressing information. You're suppressing opinions.
Yeah, I'm suppressing your opinion, really. Again,
I'm going to suppress your opinion about me. That's what I'm telling you.
Go ahead, Declan. Are we at 1 win in 14 games now? It's still in 10th position after spending 600 million. But if you're being honest, when did we spend the 600 million? Did we again have we? Yeah, again, we started again. You started counting before we spent the money. If we're being honest here, but big up to you, much love to you, brother.
Correctly, it's 2 in 13.
Yeah, okay. Tuko was too defensive again. A 6 at the back. Potter let the attackers attack again. It's much more offensive and free flowing. You could argue more direct, like we said, but it depends on who will play. I'm going to get it again. If Esamano comes here and he didn't reference again Thomas Tuko when the argument is about Potter, I'd ban him. So Tuko had a full squad, back Kante, but lost at Leeds United. Yeah, and this is the exact match he mentioned whenever he comes in.
As I mentioned, I noticed he's what's the best way to put it? He's a great cherry picker. He picks little points, not a big picture, right? If I just said, Tuchel without Kante, right? What do you win? Well, at least we were first. You know what I'm saying? We're actually been 10th for a long time, 9th. After season ago, let's say we're 9th now. Can you compare those stats?
Yeah,
can you compare the? Can you compare how many points we got in? I think we got like 3 points in 11 games, is it?
No.
Can you compare those, cherry picker? Because I've noticed that he just picks little points to try disagree with people, but they're not actually facts. Like they're not proper points. They're out of context, little cherry picking points. If of course,
No,
did
a
anyone
fact is a
expect?
fact. Just because he
No, but
doesn't-
everyone knows.
just because
But
he
everyone knows
doesn't
in the EPL
lean
that you could
himself
lose to
your
these teams, right?
logic.
Even Pep Guardiola lost to these teams. Some of these teams, yeah. We don't use that and go, well, you know what? The reason we're 9th, right, and the reason to give our manager a pass, right, is because this manager that you consider great lost to that team and that team. You know what?
Great. He said he's great.
No, just anyone, any like.
Here's the thing, Declan.
To your opposing opinion.
Poll. Declan, quickly. I'm putting up a poll, and the question is: should we do a Tuko versus Potter show? And after that, we'll practically stop. No, then let's do it. Let's do it. Maybe that will help settle a lot of arguments.
No, because I don't want to talk about Tuchel. I want to talk about Potter and the man.
You can't say that, Declan, really.
No,
you can't say
I
that.
don't want to talk about Tuchel because, like you said, yeah, Coach, you said nothing's going to change. Yeah. There's no point in talking about Tuchel. I'm talking about the right person for this transition, right? That's what I'm talking about. I don't think it's Potter, right? And if you want to talk about other possibilities, or you talk about what direction we should be going in, if you want to talk about how much time you should get.
That, but let's move on from this, please. Let's move on from this. We don't have up to 30 minutes now, if I'm being honest. New York guy, you were saying something.
Nah, I was just gonna ask him again who will be a manager to bring up these young kids. And
Okay, let's breeze out all the topic. Then we come back. We'll continue with Potter. And bro, New York guy, you're so American and so New York. It's not even funny.
What are you talking about, man?
The way you come in, like, nah, I was just gonna ask.
You know.
No, but that's by the way. Badiashile is top shelf. Yep. Again, the Potter has nothing to offer. It's a big gamble for CFC on the ground, Potter. I am sorry again. The best a Potter can do is to make top 6. Potter, at least if he makes top 6, then he's keeping his job probably for 2 more years. Potter has no pedigree. Pedigree starts somewhere. You start again. If that's the argument, really, Pep Guardiola started somewhere. He won his first trophy someday. Something Carlo Ancelotti. Name them. What's his name that won us the first Champions League? Okay, he started there. Something like that. That's the first for everything. If that's the argument, really. As much as I have lots of questions over his tactical ability, but that's it. Coach, good afternoon from Charlton, Ghana. Big up to you too, brother. Midfield. Bring trophies against Modric. Yeah, you've posted that and I've read it. I get your argument, but you have to elaborate. Give us suggestions. And this is no transfer window right now. Let me see anything else. RSC plus Enzo were perfect. I wouldn't say perfect. They did well. But again, I get your argument. That's how you see it. Good. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies again. Cobra, big up. I don't know if I've said hello to you. It's Kante back of again. It's Kante because again Enzo has been overburdened there, and soon fatigue will creep in. Is that the argument there? All right, again, Martin, CEO, who genuinely believe in Graham Potter here, not just giving him time because they know the board wouldn't sack him. More importantly, they wouldn't sack him. And what you think doesn't make any sort of difference. So Zach Coffey, Potter isn't necessarily a manager that comes with a pedigree of winning trophies, but all great managers have to come from somewhere. As if you and I have somebody on my side, even though I have questions. But that's not mean that again, me agreeing with you on this one doesn't mean I think he's the man. I have to be honest. Stick with him and allow him the time to learn as well. Oh, it gets worse. He learns with Chelsea. But that's fine. I'm going to go to the very bottom. Apologies, guys. Quite a lot to catch up with here. Let me see. Eugene Nutty again. We celebrate Andrey Santos on the 20 trophies. That's telling you enough how many players are average at Chelsea. Really, you consider him average? You're really, truly, again, devil's advocate, if that makes sense. We have no shirt and sleeve sponsor. So for next season, and you can miss out on Champions League for a couple of seasons, but never mind, we have loads of money, it seems. We're rich, if that makes sense. But that doesn't mean we can spend as many as we want. Only chance declared allows a poster to be read without interrupting. Wow. Okay. Let's move on. No response. Again, when Tuko got hired, We've seen improvement in our play, and we've seen what Tuko wanted to do. But with Potter, again, I haven't seen any improvement. Get on to the class witness stand. He needs you.
No, that's
Potter
a popular opinion. You ask anyone how we're meant to play.
Yeah, but again, you can add him to your list of what's it called?
Oh yeah, this prosecutor's getting a lot of letters lately for supporting my claim.
All right, Potter is doing what TT did to get sacked. Men management, maybe that's the case. Let me see, what else do we have here? I want to show when we can show our coach ability to speak about the tactics and instructions, not just about lineup. Yeah, like I said, I already told you, and can't stop dictating what we do. When you talked about that before, I already told you during the match preview, we will talk about tactics, what he should do, and then what we think he should do to beat Dortmund, if that makes sense. Please, again, stop making the whole show about you. It's not about you. Dynamo Zagreb says again, thanks to TT for the moment of glory. Oh, okay. Again, TT. Again, I don't represent TT, so I'm not sure what to say. Tommy Bryan, Pep, Klopp, Ancelotti, Tuko, Mourinho, Rijkaard, Alex Ferguson, Ten Hag, Allegri, all had a zero pedigree. Yep, it starts from somewhere. If we're being honest, not only has Potter never won anything, but neither has the directors or owners yet. Again, the novices came in and got at the club. No wonder we lost our way. I don't think we've lost our way. I think there are a multitude of reasons to argue against that. No disrespect. Again, I know you too well. I know you won't take anything that shouldn't come across as insulting to you. World-class players, again, with meet a table manager, how it all works. Okay. Eugene Nutty, again, we existed about Santos. We have. Okay, we're excited about new players. Why always my words look wrong? You should be answering that question, not me. I don't mean to laugh with you. We're all sometimes, again, a bit of typo or maybe a language barrier. I'm not sure if English is your first language. It happens to all of us. Nobody say your words look wrong. But if I don't understand, again, I don't understand what everybody says. Sometimes I understand where you're coming from. I understand your argument for the midfield area, if that makes sense. Yes, we existed before Santos emerged. If that's what you're saying, maybe that helps the case. Potter should be left because, okay. Good. Brian Arthur, nice to see you. Thanks and welcome to the show. Potter likes the minerals. To win in 13 Premier League matches, it is not dependable. Simple, irrespective of injuries. Chelsea have a great squad, good enough for top 6. You think so? Okay. We desperately need Santos. I think we need him, really. I'm sorry, guys. In English, okay, we shouldn't be mentioning nationalities. I don't know. Players don't have the dogs in them like others. They can be the most talented of. All right. Again, I'm tired. I'm getting tired myself. Again, if you're watching, if you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, again, Dan, congrats again. Thank you, by the way, again, Selaban. Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate that. You've repeated that right now. Kuchila went 9th and out of all the cups and out of all the cups in our first game. What you mean we haven't lost our way again? No, I don't think we've lost our way. We have problems, but I don't think we've lost our way.
Bobby needs to understand things change. Yeah, we had Roman as our owner last year. Now we have someone new. Everything's changing. This is not the same old Chelsea. People have to come to grips and realize that change.
Yeah, so if you think, again, as much as I don't, go ahead, you New York guy.
Do you know what it is? Can I just quickly say something? The owners have changed, but not the fan base. And that's what you're seeing.
That's the thing. They think, oh my God. They think,
but I don't think we've lost our way.
We didn't.
Go ahead, New York guy. Sorry for cutting you off.
Nah.
I think there are a bit more similarities though. I mean, so the manager's come in, and he sacked the manager after 1 month, yeah. So that was kind of very Roman-like, and he's splashing the money.
But he did that to start up a young.
And so you guys assume that it's nothing.
Success. All right, we're used to having Romy come.
How do you know?
In some big players.
Because this is what they've announced.
Bro,
they've announced the project.
Listen, okay, New York guy, go ahead, drop.
You know what? Roman announced. Roman announced a project too. Regardless, hold on. Let me make the. Let me finish his point.
No, let me.
Let me make the point.
Okay, Declan, make the point, and the New York guy come in, please.
I can't even finish my point. He's good.
But New York guy, he was talking before you came in, right?
No, I was talking.
Okay, you go ahead. Finish your point since you were talking. Declan, let him talk. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Jesus, I was saying what Roman did. Everyone will be like, "Oh my God, we need to change." Roman will come through, spend the money, and drop it on a big player, a big time name that everyone's like, "Oh my God, things are gonna change," and then nothing really changed. We might win like these short term trophies and stuff, but in the long term, we don't have sustained success. You get what I'm like? Listen,
we've been the most successful club, but yeah,
let him drop, Declan. Let him drop. Go ahead.
Arsenal has geared themselves for long term success. Like we are doing the same.
That's too early to tell.
We are so Mudryk, Madueke, Enzo, all these guys under the age of 25 isn't here to come build for long-term success.
But the way the actors are owning, the way the owners' actions, the owners' actions are very much more like Roman than the Arsenal owners, right? So you have to, when you said the owners have changed, but the fan base haven't. Maybe the fan base haven't. Because we've experienced a sacking already, and we've experienced our record-breaking
everyone's
spending.
used to a new manager. Every time something bad goes on, sack this manager, sack this manager.
All right.
Yes. So far these owners have been.
We have to revamp the roster, and so.
So far these owners
are not up to level. So we have to get better players at a better level. These
owners have acted like Roman. So far these owners have acted like Roman.
No, they haven't.
Right?
No, they haven't.
They have. I just gave you 2 examples.
No, and I'll tell you why. Do you know why? Because we are buying young players based on ceiling potential. They didn't.
Roman did as well.
No, he bought basically world-class players that were already.
He bought Lukaku, he bought De Bruyne, he bought Salah, and I forgot the other managers.
All right.
He wanted the same thing. It didn't happen.
Please, let's move on. Let's move on. Please, let's move on. I don't have up to 10 minutes now. I do not have up to 10 minutes. Literally, I have to be honest. I think should be again a Brighton and their manager, if that makes sense. He connects again. Congratulations to Coach again, the hardest working man in show business and the hardest working contributors in the chat. The chat, for instance, today has been on fire. It's not about me. It's about Declan. It's been the New York man. It's been about Bobby, IBZ, Taberho, Ty, and every other person and Bobby, and some people that aren't even here. So thank you, RSC Gallagher. Sorry.
Messing with you, but thanks for
RSC Gallagher, Mount, Kukurea, Stalin, Broya, Auba, Pulisic against Ziyech, Aspilicueta are not players for Chelsea. Okay, again, yeah, I get it. Again, you made your point. Chelsea has been through a change in ownership before. Again, it was never this reckless and inept. You could argue that, but again, I would not agree.
He didn't want to give it up.
Please, let me get this, and I'm not gonna agree with you that we've lost our way just because the manager isn't doing well, or because you disagree with the way the owners have approached things. I wouldn't say I disagree with you, and I know you understand, and I don't mean any disrespect. Who is the new guy again? Does he realize that Chelsea? That's it. That's a New York guy. The new guy is the New York guy. Again, I feel like a rapper now. Does he realize that Chelsea has been the most successful club in England in the past decade? Yep, I think he knows that. Remember, again, the reporting on our board lacks a substance. Again, they use the word a feeling or a sense of, again, decent, again, a plausible prop that may not be coming from the owners. Let's be careful. Wow, this is deep. You see this coming right here is deep. Let me get Bobby in on that one. Then we'll go in.
What is that?
The report regarding how long Porter stays and all that. I think that's what it's referencing.
I see.
Yeah, Bobby, you can come in and talk about this particular comment quickly with a minute or two, so I can look at all the topic we have lined up there, and we can call it a day. I don't have too much time right now, honestly. Are you there, Bobby?
Bobby,
while I wait to Bobby okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, what was the question?
The comment on the screen says, again, the reporting on our board lacks substance. Again, the reporter says, again, Porter is going to get more than just a year. He's going to get years, plural. Again, it says here, they use the words of feelings or a sense of. This is plausible prop that may not be coming from the owners. Let's be careful.
It's a David Ornstein report on the Athletic.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, but again, do you take everything
Well,
he says?
I read the report. It was like that little phrase was a build up to Ornstein's upcoming column. So once that column comes out, I guess that gives the whole thing of it. But that word was just for that. So it can be what is it called again?
Okay, let's let
in a way, because his column might be a lot different or not give much.
Okay, all right, Bobby, go ahead. You have anything to say that else? Something else you have to say with a minute or two, so we get what we have lined up. Then call it a day.
I think it's clear to me that the owners are not going to get rid of Potter anytime soon. I think we all have to just be calm here. This is his own. There are no two. If God Almighty couldn't make two people the same, why should we expect the destiny of two coaches to success be the same? It's never been duplicated. What Potter's doing is his own thing. And he's taken us to a journey that we hope will be a different way to achieve success. He hasn't done it before. We haven't seen it before. So it's all going to be new. Everybody's going to have their own opinions about it while we begin to build. Now, to be fair to him, I've criticized Potter just as much as the next man. But to be fair to him, he has had an injury-ravaged season. He's never had his players together. By his players, I mean the sort of first-team squad together. And he's never really had the opportunity to train them. So people expecting him to come in and start creating enmity here, there, and everywhere, he's not going to do that. He's too smart for that. And this is not the time. He doesn't even know, he hasn't made up his mind which players are going to stay on after the summer and which players will definitely go. So pre-season is going to be big for him. Another thing I think we can't lose sight of is the marginal improvements we've seen already. The defense seems to be doing better. Badiashile seems to be really working well and getting some tutelage from Thiago Silva. That doesn't take away the fact that the player is quality in his own right, but because of his age, that little extra bit of mentoring that he would get from Thiago Silva is definitely going to be valuable to him. The midfield, we've got Enzo in, but we've never been able to have the combination in order to support Enzo and speed up the play. Somebody did say something which I thought was very valid. The play is too slow, especially offensively. We just sit back and let the opposition set their defense before even trying to attack. But that will come with time, with more impact from the midfield, as we saw when Enzo put the ball through for Joao Felix to score that goal against West Ham. The only thing I can say here is that we have to be patient. It may not be what we want. I hope he manages to do something this season. And by do something, I think, he needs a very good Champions League run at least, just to boost our confidence. He's got to try and get through Dortmund because that will boost the confidence in what he's doing. And we take it from there. We've got Andrey Santos hopefully will get his work permit through. He hasn't had the opportunity to work with him. He hasn't had the opportunity to work completely with Kante, although Kante is now training. So there's a lot he hasn't been, had the opportunity to do. And I think the management is aware of that. And if we take any example from their track record, they don't get rid of their managers easily, as they did with the Dodgers. They appointed someone who at first wasn't doing very well. They stuck with him, if my memory serves me right. They stuck with him for 3 years before he became this almost unbeatable machine that he's done now with the Dodgers. So, the big thing about Potter is that we don't know. Is he bad enough to get rid of? No. There's no evidence of that yet. So as difficult as it is, and one thing people don't like is not knowing. And when people don't know something, they then start to imagine the worst and create all these images in their heads that just don't exist.
It's all
We
about
just
your
have to.
mentality.
New York,
Yeah,
what
but
what you say? What you say
but
is
you guys
here,
also,
here. You just say here,
but
here. Bobby, go ahead. Let's let Bobby drop. He hasn't
Yeah,
spoken for a while.
I'll soon. We just have to be calm and see where this takes us, because ultimately, to this point, he hasn't really done that much wrong. Yes, there was a draw against West Ham. We should have won that game. Some of the offsides were questionable, and the handball was an absolute scandal. The other game against Fulham, well, he was just beginning to get the remnants of the new players on board. Patience to the fan base, really. We just have to, as I keep saying, wait and see. A big test for him will come on Wednesday. There we'll start to see the blueprint of what he's about. And just before I go, shout out to Kansas City Chiefs for winning the Super Bowl. Not that I'm a fan.
No, I support Felix. No,
I
I
wanted the
support
Well,
Felix.
I'm not a fan of either of them, but I know there are lots of Americans here, and if there's any American football team that I have any sort of empathy for, it's the Patriots.
All right.
Man, get out of here.
I'm a
All right,
Cowboy
again,
fan, man.
let's move on. Again, I just remembered more importantly to ask my brother Liam Lynn he was doing. I know how he's doing. Again, glad to hear that he's doing better. Again, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Again, I just wanted to make sure he's okay, and his response is that he's doing well. He's even following the show. But more importantly, he told me before time he will have his granddaughter over, and we'll be spending time with them. We've gotten that close, so I'm glad he's doing well. I just wanted to make sure it's nothing beyond that. It's because he was in the chat too, and I did see him. Roman never had the injuries like this, never had players away for 5 weeks again at Winter World Cup. Okay, good to hear. And
he had it last year.
Is taking all the airtime to prosecute Potter. I like the spirit. Okay. Arsenal have won nothing yet. Let's see them next season. Once Man City, Man United, and Liverpool up their games again next season, for God's sake, look towards a successful teams like Madrid and Barcelona, and not Arsenal. I'm guessing that was what you wanted to say. We can bring world-class manager, but again, for short-term, problems will come again. Eugene Nutty, thank you for saying that again. No, Brogan, that's the same old Chelsea because Roman installed a NASCAR engine in Chelsea with beautiful coaches. We built for coaches again to have the pressure on them instantly because Chelsea and Real Madrid are the most successful team like that, really, in terms of hiring and firing. Manchester Real Madrid is miles better. Okay, yeah, I get it. Again, if Chelsea Kimso, thank you, Kimso. I don't know if you were here. We've made it to 10,000 subscribers, 10,008 at this moment. And if you're watching, if you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. So Kimso, thank you for always knowing we're gonna get there, and thank you for all the support. I appreciate you. Yes, again, Eugene. Okay, you slug it out with him there. Chelsea last season killed Madrid for 120 million. They got lucky. Yeah, you can argue that. Thank you again. Slug it out without him there. Enzo Kovacic Zakaria against BVB. Let's see if that happens. I think again, some fans has grown accustomed to Pep and Arteta aggressive coaching style and expect Potter to show something similar. If that's the thought process, then they've a lot of growing up to do. I think Roger will want you to understand as a witness for him. Lateness is greatness. A big up to you too, Glenn. I hope you're doing well. Again, you don't have to post again, but rewatch the game and all that. And other than one again, how do you pronounce that word?
Which one? Egregious. Egregious.
But why? Okay. Egregious example. Kukurea wasn't keeping the ball. It wasn't what keeping the ball from Mudryk. He's out of form. Once he begged Mudryk to make a run, he didn't. Yeah, I think I saw when he was asking Mudryk to make a run to certain position. but Mudryk was waiting there and expecting him to give him the ball there. So I'm not going to go into that fight. I've seen a lot of people get a lot of argument online for that. Will we be calm with Koulibaly too, or are we just going to let him go because it's not good enough? Well, again, there's not enough sample for him to. Chelsea has only won 2 games in 13 Premier League matches, 5 losses, 6 draws. Jessica Donald, what's your argument? Completed. Declared, try comparing injuries. Okay, you slug it out with Declared there. Hello, brother. I never liked Cucurella play again. He never played Mudryk at all. Played in maybe, I think that's what you're trying to say, at all. Again, that's why Mudryk could not perform. And Potter cannot stop playing him. I hate this manager. Wow. Hate is really strong. You shouldn't go that far, brother. Yeah, again, I've read some of your comments there, and I'm not gonna read everybody's comment right now. But let me just do this once more for you. Okay, I'm not sure what's that. Potter is taking us on a journey that he is never been on. Again, a fate. Again, is smarting up. Again, but Pep Guardiola at one time took Barcelona to a journey that he's never been to. If that's the argument you want to bring up, really, and that's not me saying I want Potter to stay. Yeah, and that's not me saying I want Potter out. That's just me saying that argument. I can counter that effectively. If that's what you're saying.
Hey, Coach, can I just ask you, if you defend, and rightfully so, about Koulibaly, that there's not a large enough sampling size, then how can you come to a
Have I not said the same thing about Potter? That's why I'm saying he stays at the end of the season.
Coach, you interjected. Then how can you come to the same conclusions with more doubts with Potter when he's been in charge with 7 games less than Koulibaly has actually been with the club? So there's a numerical imbalance there to your logic. That's all I'm pointing out.
There's no history as well. No past experience that you can go off with Potter.
Of course you
so that always comes to account.
Of course you can.
Yeah, if a new manager come in, you take what he's done in his career.
We're talking about we're talking about coach defends Koulibaly, which rightfully so, because I take that same.
Does he need coaching?
Koulibaly. No. We're talking about Koulibaly because he's saying it's not in the greater sampling size. That's his quote verbatim. And yet the same.
Have I not said the same thing about Graham Potter? That's the question I'm asking you.
So then you should say then Koulibaly's given to the end of the year, but you don't say that.
Can I just add one thing to this? I'm sorry to interject.
You're making this an argument between you and I, and not really the topic we're talking about, Roger.
I just want to add. Please, I just want to add one really important point to this, and something that I think we should all find exciting. Potter's lack of pedigree is his greatest pedigree. Why do I say this? I find that there's nothing more bonding of a manager to a club than when he first wins something with that club. One of the biggest things that bonded Chelsea to Thomas Tuchel was winning the Champions League, the Super Cup, and the World Club Cup. That became something that you could never take away from him and Chelsea. Sure. Potter's journey is unique. And I believe if he ever, it's like when, for those of you that are old enough to remember, when Alex Ferguson started winning, he became obsessed with it with Man United, because Man United was the club with which he was producing success. The same with Arsene Wenger, really. Potter could walk into that trajectory. He's the kind of person that, because he's a rookie, once he starts winning with this team, it will become his team, his passion, and his first love.
His identity.
It's something that we should be hopeful for. His identity, absolutely. We should be hoping for this guy to succeed. I personally do, because it will just set us into, if we ever want to create a legacy situation, he's set up for it. I know the jury's out. Is he capable? We know this. But if he proves he's capable, he is going to be the legacy coach for Chelsea Football Club. Sorry, I had to get that in.
No, and he's young too. You know?
All right. Roger, you handle this one. Roger, go ahead, declare if you have anything. We don't have up to actually.
Yeah, I was going to go, but Bobby is right, but and he also brought up before how the unknown kind of fears people, but the unknown has given some of you a lot of hope. And you ask, he hasn't shown. He's been here for 5 months. It's short data sample, I know, right? Because he doesn't have a career that we can judge, right? So we only have a 5-month data. So if he's meant to be this legacy coach, which I agree, I want a legacy coach at this point in time, right? Sure. Because this is crucial. When we're harsh, when my expectations are higher at this point than maybe later on, and Potter has shown me almost nothing, right? He has a chance to. He had 5 months to show a little bit, just a little bit for me to go, I can see what he's doing, right? And we can build on that, but he hasn't shown me much.
Yeah,
and all he's shown me that is excuses.
Already. Go ahead.
Yeah, all he's shown me is excuses. So there is something to go off, which is 5 months worth, right? What he can do with bad situations. It's 5. It's September to February.
Right, then 4 months was a World Cup.
Can we forget the length?
No, but that World Cup, right, helped him. That World Cup got players back from injuries. That he worked with players that didn't go to the World Cup. It's actually a blessing.
It didn't go to the World Cup. Yeah, it didn't go to the World Cup.
Yeah, it's a blessing.
Was hurt. Fofana was hurt. James was hurt. Chilwell was hurt.
Yeah, and he got to work with those players in the World Cup.
All right, go ahead. Drop. We don't have too much time. Go ahead.
Anyway. It goes both ways. The same hope, the same unknown, right? The same unknown shouldn't give hope, right? As it does with fear or what people are scared of. It's still the unknown, and we have very little to work with. That very little we're working with isn't filling anyone with hope, right? So the same, whatever you guys said about what a coach should be in this situation is right, but you have nothing to go off that this is going to work out for Potter, and actually there's more evidence to show that it's not going to work out, right? Even though it's a very unknown state, right?
Yeah,
he's showing nothing to help his cause.
That's not a valid argument, but so be it. By the way,
so what has Potter done this season that fills you up as his legacy coach? Is what I'm saying. That's why I brought up.
Oh, as a legacy coach.
Let's move on from that. Again, here's assistant Roger. I want you to handle this one quickly. This says Kukurea again is an issue. Chilwell is fit now, so I see no reason we should start him. Roger, can you please again? I don't have up to 5 minutes now. I actually had to go tell somebody else to help me wake him up and tell him he has to go to school. Roger, this one, can you address this again? Because I just have to, out of respect, because it is Glenn. He said, I asked this regarding Khalidou Koulibaly, because it's his first year, but it seems that some people have to leave due to bad results, while others, again, are safe. I think I'm just bringing that to your table, because I think you have to. I know you find a way to align this with Potter. You go ahead. No.
Listen, I rate Koulibaly. Has he had the start with which I would have hoped? No, but he's pedigree. He's a world-class defender. He's, for the last decade or so in Europe, he's been considered one of the top 5. It's simple as that. He's having a shall we say? Listen, it's hard to go to another country, learn a different language. It's a different culture, etc. Different climate. I mean, I'm not making excuses for him, but it is. Everything is different about it. And also a different regime. Also, you've got people around him that have been either out of form or B, injured. So this doesn't help his cause either. So, and he's gone through 2 coaches. He's on his second coach. So there's a myriad of reasons why we can say he hasn't excelled yet. But he is class. So I say people that critique him and say he has to go, I say that's way too bloody premature. He's a proven commodity at every level.
Yeah. The only thing for me, Roger, is he's on 300k or 290.
No,
he's our second highest paid.
Sure. No, I get that, but
one thing I heard is that the only thing we're in breach of FFP is our wages, but that's already expected that we're going to cut a lot of the players, right? I think when it comes to choosing who should go and and whatnot, and where to pick the money and whatnot. I think that he's 31 year now.
Yeah.
I expected more from him, and maybe he might be the weak link.
Give him
And
time.
actually,
Give him time.
yeah. But at the same time, Roger, if we're building a young squad, I want players like Fofana, Chalobah to actually develop more, and he would be taking game time from them. If there's no importance to win, I'd rather develop.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, but this position though, it's like this. He's in his prime.
Go ahead, Roger.
No, the back line definitely has a different. It's being 31. Don't look at it like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30
No,
years ago.
right. So I left out a big factor. There's Silva and Koulibaly, and they're soon going to be like gone, right? Like I see one. Silva shouldn't be playing like that many games. You know what I mean? He should be probably a bit more of a bit part player. Right. But so the future of a back line, and there might be more players coming too, should be established next season at least.
Yeah.
All right. Again,
it'll be rotational gradually.
Please. I'm already too late. Like, if you don't mind, please. Again, it's true that Chelsea most popular in California. I'm not sure. I don't live in California. Maybe I'll find out for you. Potter had injuries, we know. Again, but what about his naive nature in responding to press conferences? Again, that's the list of the concerns to me, really. As much as I've talked about those, again, that's the list of my concerns. I have questions, but not with regards with that. But I get where you're coming from, and saying West Ham performance was an improvement. Well, that's how he sees it. You see it differently, but I know you get your argument. We all want our coach to succeed. We just need our current former to be better. Maybe that's a better way to phrase it. Koulibaly and Tuko are on the same boat. Patience for all, but still criticism. Yeah, we must, again, we can't say, because, again, we have the right to our opinion. Jerry, and all that. Again, most Chelsea fans will start blaming Potter before he became Chelsea manager. Again, 3 seasons almost sacked by United. So Alex Ferguson, no real pedigree. Like I said, again, it starts from everywhere. Again, I don't need him to react like Pep or Arteta, but I need to see him in control of his team. The boys do what they like. I think I agree with you in the sense that, again, we have a lot of young players. They need a lot of coaching, which involves a lot of talking on the touchline. But it looks like he's doing that recently. To give him some credit, but not to a measure, I think it's okay. Potter needs to work on his, again, a substitution. Okay, again, hello, guys. Again, I really appreciate your manners of correction. Many writers write rubbish. I'm not going. Why am I reading this? It happens to the best of us. The smartphones these days, again, I think they're smart, but they ain't that smart. Again, the predictive, what is it called? Sometimes, again, it happens. I've been there, really. I've cursed someone when I meant to say something else. Again, just imagine someone saying he hates Graham Potter. We needed to be calm before Graham. Yeah, again, we need to, again, not to go to the point of saying we hate him. Yeah, as much as I have questions, I wouldn't say I hate Graham Potter to Chelsea FC. There were lists of managers where Graham Potter emerged. Again, our owners are not dumb. Just watch. Yeah, that's the argument. A lot of people will say our owners called him one of the greatest coaches in the league too. Yeah, is he a good coach? Yeah, probably one of the best coaches. But there's a difference between being a coach and being tactical good. At least that's how I see it. I don't know if you see it differently. Glenn, please again watch Fathers of Approach. What has Glenn done to you? I'm gonna light the green. You're talking about a managing mod. He could send you to oblivion, but he hasn't done anything wrong.
And he will.
Wednesday again. That shows progress. Coaches don't work with injured players again who are in a rehab. Okay, okay. That's, by the way. Again, let's see. I can't read everything. Sorry, guys. I am really, really late. I'm gonna get to the last stuff we have here, and then we call it a day. Apologies to all of you in the chat. I can't read everything. Let's do that, and we call it a day. So this here says, again, Mateo Kovacic, Denis Zakaria, Wesley Fofana, again, a train ahead of UEFA Champions League. Some good news there. I want this guy back more, especially. Yes, Denis Zakaria also, I want 3 of them back, but especially this guy. Let's see how if he gets paired with Enzo, how he does. But they're a bit like for like to a certain extent. But Enzo is more defensively capable. Badia Sheila in 4 matches, 325 passes, 22 clearances, 6 tackles, 8 8 attempted, and then got 6 right. 4 interceptions, 14 headed clearances, 16 aerial duels, 19 contested, again, out of 16. That's 90% plus. Correct me if I'm wrong. 8 ground duels, 1. 15 accurate long balls. I think he's done quite well, but he breaks the heart the moment you realize he's not playing in the Champions League. This is Enzo Fernandez saying I've always, dreamed of playing in the Premier League, especially in a club like Chelsea. I'm grateful to everyone. What is going on? It went blank. Let me see what else can I get here. I don't know if I can actually get that one anymore. Let's see. Okay. Let me move on from that one. I felt, you can say I felt desire here. Everything happened very quickly, and I am still in shock. Okay, we need you to be out of shock, and this makes me happy. 18-year-old captain of the Brazilian under-20 team scores the breakthrough goal in the final and ends the tournament with the joint most goals against 6 with Victor Roque. I think is it Roque? And I heard we're looking at him too. Andrey Santos was everywhere in that midfield. Head. Hopefully that's enough to secure him. What's it called again? Work permit. I hope that will be enough. That completes the point because he counts as an exceptional talent. He scored 6 goals in total, important goals in most cases. And in the final, the long goal, did they score a second? I think that was even though they were 10 men down, also they played very well, and he was everywhere in the midfield. So I think if we can get a work permit for him, I don't think we should be looking at Casado because it wouldn't make any sort of sense. Anybody want to talk about that quickly? Just 10 seconds? Anybody, or should I move on?
You haven't seen him yet, coach, so you can't say that.
Sorry?
Despite his performances in the underage competition, you can't say that we don't need Caicedo till we actually see how he performs in the Premier League.
Okay, maybe I agree with you, but again, I trust that he'd do well. Maybe that's why I'm arguing that again. But your argument makes sense. Andrey Santos is going to turn heads. I hope so. Again, I strongly believe he can give him a blondie. You see, he knows exactly what he's doing, and he broke it into 2. So I'll look forward to the next one. But that's, by the way, here's a goal scoring. We're going to look again. The rumors are that we're looking at Victor also. So I'm not sure where we've gotten, how far we've gotten with that one. Maybe we're not going to get him. I don't know. And this one here, Chelsea owners, that's talking about how confident they are. They believe they can still get, they can still sign, what's his name? Joao Felix. And before we even signed him on loan, we had that in mind. Our belief was that we're going to be able to get him after his loan spell. So I hope that happens. I really want us to keep him. In just 2 games, he's established himself as one of the, again, you could say, most important players in the team currently. I'd like us to keep him. And this again, when Chelsea made their loan move for Joao Felix, again, they did so on the what proviso that I haven't seen this word before used anywhere. That if he impresses, the club will consider adding him. Is it proviso? Is that how it's pronounced?
Yes.
In England.
Okay.
Anyway.
Again, I'm tired anyway. The club will consider adding him. Maybe it's not a word I've used. I haven't used it before. I don't think so. Adding him to the squad on a permanent. Again, it makes sense now because it wouldn't make any sort of sense for it to be just a loan spell at the club. And this one, again, I know you guys will have a lot to say to this. Declan, let me start with you quickly on this one. Yeah. What do you think about this? Again, John Terry's comment about the performance of the club. And when asked, did you get a part of the job? And he denied that vehemently, like strongly saying, no, absolutely not. I tweeted that I loved watching Brighton play and his style of play. Again, I have nothing to do with the first team. Again, I'm not with the under 18s or under 21s and love my role. Clearly, I am now with, again, clearly results are not good enough, and we needed to get a settled team. Okay, Declan, what do you make of that?
I think he did play a part.
He did what?
Nah. That's only because I think he praised them, and then what was it? It wasn't that long before he came in.
Yeah, and this is
what
clearly
did he say at the
more
bottom
like
again?
He's distancing himself. He's
Otto
clearly
was a
distancing
highly
himself.
touted manager.
Yeah.
Clearly, results are.
Everyone
he says
said he was up next. Everyone said he was like, one of the best.
Yeah, let's talk one by one. Even I wanted him at Chelsea. I wouldn't lie, but go ahead, Declan.
Well, at least John Terry didn't use any of the excuse I'm hearing now, because he said results aren't good enough, which kind of none of you guys are saying. And we need a settled team. Everyone can agree on that one, but at least he's not bringing up injuries.
Quickly, when I say we should be doing better than we're doing now, what does that mean to you?
That's what it means. But you're on the fence still.
All right, just go ahead. Go away.
And rightfully so.
Just go ahead, Declan.
We should be doing.
Go ahead.
We should be doing better than we are.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
at least John Terry said that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, brother. Roger, what do you make of that comment?
Yeah, he is distancing himself to a certain extent.
He distanced himself quite clearly. He doesn't want anything to do with how things are going. But go ahead.
Yeah, and he's entitled to his opinion. Of course, could things be better? Of course they could. You know, there's no doubt about it. You'd have to be a fool to say otherwise. However, there are extenuating circumstances we've gone over, ad nauseum. It's simple as that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. How about your New York guy?
Oh yeah, he's trying to separate himself a little bit. Obviously the results aren't good enough, clearly. But then he says after we need to get a settled team. So what does settled team mean to you guys? To me, it means we need a full roster. We need our whole roster back. That's what I think.
No, he means the starting 11.
Here's the thing. I think this type of thing is one of the things I like for us to take time to analyze, but we don't have too much time. I'm already late, but I have somebody to help me get a head start there. But that's by the way. How about you, Bobby? What do you think of John Terry's comment?
Well, of course he's going to distance himself. John Terry is a club legend. Thomas Tuko is a club icon. He's folklore. He won the Champions League a second time. He won our only Club World Cup at the moment. He won the Super League a second time. How can John Terry associate himself with going against him? He won't do that. And let's be real, John Terry's not that powerful at the club that he'll tell the new owners who to buy. I don't think he's had anything to do with it. And he's quite right that we do need a settled side. We've got so many injuries, we need them back. And the side needs to settle. So I see nothing wrong or controversial about what he said at all. It's just logic.
Yeah, it's logic. But again, and this shows also for me, if he had a hand in hiring Potter, he wouldn't end it by saying results are not good enough. It's common sense. Do you agree, Roger?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If he had a hand in hiring him, he'd be more. I think this would be phrased differently. But it's clear he doesn't have a hand. But clearly he's distancing himself. And like Bobby said, he's a club legend. Why would he associate himself? Again, I think what he said. Again, he put out a tweet. He explained regarding how he liked his Brighton, and that's the same way I felt when I heard he was going to be the man to be hired. I had high hopes, really. But that's why, the way again, I'm going to say thank you to Declan. I don't think we will do the Potter versus the Potter versus Graham Potter show, because the disparity isn't that much. It's 54 to 46%, so it's pretty much even. No need doing that. It doesn't. It will. I don't know how else to phrase it. Again, anybody else has anything else to add to this? Roger, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, why do you think Potter's doing a bad job? I'm just joking.
Declan, how about you? Anything else you want to say?
Well, how much time you got?
Okay, let's leave
You can
it
go
for
and come
another
back,
day.
and we'll keep going.
No, let's leave it for another day.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. It was a great discussion.
It was a great
I
show.
don't took anything
Yeah.
negative out of it. Yeah,
was.
it's going to be we're at a crucial time because you guys are right. We are getting players back. We are versing certain type of teams that people, expect a bit more in the next upcoming games. And I think the tide can turn. A couple bad games, I'll get a lot of support, and a couple yours, I'll start probably changing mine if I say something. So.
And vice versa.
We had a good time to have this discussion. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much again. I would give again 10 players to PSG from Mbappe, and I'm serious. Yeah, that's you. You're serious. I never said you're not serious. I believe you're serious. Again, the results aren't good enough. However, let's be reasonable. Alex Ferguson had no trophies. Was getting abused from fans 3 years into the job. He has
6
again.
years, he didn't win anything.
Okay, again, he didn't win anything for 6 years. Again, he has 13 Premier League Premier Leagues now. Things will get better. I hope so. As soon as it does, again, I appreciate that. Again,
is Tommy saying Potter is Alex Ferguson? Is that what he's saying?
Naturally,
it is possible. Again, New York guy, you want to say anything?
Unless I read Ferguson's book, but Tommy's just making a guess.
Okay, let's. I'm just gonna go ahead.
I like to reserve my full judgment on Potter until I see the full squad and how they play.
Okay.
So when Conte and Zakaria come back, and Sterling and Pulisic, then I'll really take the time to judge what he's doing and what he has.
Especially Conte.
Yeah, because Conte could come here and change everything. So
yes, and he will.
Oh yeah, that he could change it for everyone. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Again, coach, again, moving like Potter with this mod selection. How this again? You did not. I don't know. We'll talk about that later. And Cobra, big up to you.
That's funny.
And he's saying, Coach, much love to you. Again, Kimson Mbappe will never join Chelsea ever. It's like you can't sign PSG president if that makes sense. With that, I'm saying thank you to all the moderators, to Cobra, to all the panelists, the Clad, Bobby, the New York man, Sean, Roger Pop, my friend and brother, Eugene Nutty, again, big up to you, Cobra, big up to you. Again, much love, brother. I think again very soon you get that. I think I should make you a mod soon. But let's see, Martin, CEO. Thanks to you, Bobby Fairview, Brooklyn, Rain. Thanks so much, and also Glenn, thank you so much. Kimso, thank you, and Kimso again. We reached 10,000, so thank you so much. We need a doctor. Is that what you're saying? DR? Who's DR? Is he abbreviation for a manager?
Director, doctor, I don't know.
And sure again, Kenya's Justice, Bobby Fairview, Liam Nain, my brother, Esamona, everyone else, thank you so much. Apologies if I miss your name. I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all, and bye.
Bye-bye.